Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the day two of the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, which is part of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And we have an early start today of the games. The game actually started a few seconds before it was supposed to start. We also have a very special guest today, Grandmaster Sahaj Grover from Delhi, who now lives in South Africa and also works as a publishing manager for Chessable. So he's also part of the Play Magnus group and good friends of Chess24 India. Welcome, Sahaj.
Hello,
Thanks,
Sahaj.
Srinath.
It's so great to see you after so long.
I know it's been it feels like it's been forever. I think it's been about 5 to 6 years since I saw you last.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. And
That's
how
what we
is
say to
it?
everyone these days, Sahaj.
well, that's yeah, pretty
That's
much.
also true. That's also true.
I've been saying that too much, yeah.
And how is it going for you in
What happened to your mic, Soumya, suddenly?
I'm not able to hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so good to have you back. Good to have you, Sahaj. And yeah, the games have begun. It's a night off again. No surprises there. It's Anish and it's night off. So that brings his scores back to the homepage.
Yep. Absolutely. He's doing a perfect job of advertising. Yeah.
Yeah, he does a perfect job of everything.
yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely. What is this now? This is feels like a very weird version of I don't even know what version this is. Yeah,
yeah, it
you
started
want
with
to
this bishop g5, e6, f4, queen b6, knight b3,
okay, knight b3.
knight
I see.
bd7. He went queen b6 and then knight b3. So queen b6 is not recommended by Anish to the children of his course, as he refers to them. Instead, he recommends the variation with knight bd7, bishop e7, and queen c7, if I remember right. And yeah, queen b6, knight b3 this time, not going queen d2 way, in which we saw two games yesterday. Queen b6, knight b3, knight bd7, queen e2. And after queen c7, it's a bit similar to these positions with knight bd7, queen c7, except that black has driven the knight away to b3. So in Sicilian, this is always a useful thing to do in general. Long castle, b5, a3, and rook b8. This is the present position that we have. Black has a pretty nice position. The rook, why having provoked a3, it's quite common for black to go rook b8 and b4. And this is what has
Yeah,
happened so far.
white should be probably going for some g4, g5 ideas. If I mean that's what I would do. And also some knight d5 ideas might be there also if black plays b4, but I think that's a bit far-fetched for now. I think I mean for knight d5 to work, your knight needs to be on d4 because then you have the c6 square.
Yeah. Guys, I
Uh,
have
Right.
a quick question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course we
Okay.
can.
yes.
I thought my mic wasn't working. That's it. Yes. Please continue. Yes.
Well,
Um,
I think I'll leave it up to you and Sahaj in this position because both of you are very good with the initiative, and I'll just be the guy who's making arrows and moves as always.
So actually, this position with the rook on b8, this exact position, you can also reach with the knight on d4, but like bishop e7, right? Like basically he played queen b6 and knight b3. So now he like instead of queen d2, which is the main move after seventh queen b6, queen d2, and we saw the poison pawn variation yesterday in their game. So today he played knight b3 instead, and then after knight bd7, queen e2, queen c7, long castle b5, a3, rook b8, we get these similar positions with the knight on d4 usually. So this is I think should work in black's favor. It's just that he has spent a move playing queen b6 and queen c7, but I think that should be okay. What's your take on it?
I don't know. I think the knight on d4 probably would work in white's favor
Yeah,
because
exactly.
what I'm thinking is knight d5 ideas are always there because after ed5 you'll have those knight c6 ideas. which
Exactly.
are also knight f5 ideas as well. So which prevents black from castling, which is I think quite useful. So I think queen b6 was a good decision in this case.
Right. So, yeah, like the knight on b3 is not where you want to actually put it. You want it in d4 in this position because the black's king is still in the center. And as Sech pointed out, the knight jumps to f5, c6, all these tactical ideas. But queen e1,
I
queen
don't know.
e1, what
I
is
was a
queen e1?
I was a bit
Bishop
surprised with
d3 he
this move
wants to
as well.
play.
Yeah.
He wants to basically develop his bishop, bishop to d3.
Right.
Um,
I would have gone
Yeah,
for
also
something
it's
like
preventing
G4.
b4, no? It's a deterrent against b4 in
right.
some way. Knight d5
But
gets
knight
liquid.
into d5, no?
Yeah, but this is good for white, no? To open it up like this. Normally you would sacrifice a piece, but
Right.
here you're just opening it up without. Queen even is also deterrent against b4, which black would
b4,
love to
yeah.
get,
So
and
that's the
also
main point.
aims to develop the bishop to d3.
Right.
Right.
But after bishop d3, maybe also like if black was castled, you also have ideas like queen h4 and maybe something like something
Ex-
like e5. So you have something on the h7 pawn as well. Okay,
True,
that's probably one.
true.
Uh,
Yeah.
So basically, if instead of queen e1, white had played g4,
Yeah.
She's gotten frozen mid sentence. But
Yeah, I think g4.
what do you think she was?
I don't know what happened there.
I think maybe she wanted to point out this knight into e4, but I don't know.
Knight e4, knight d6 is happening,
Yeah,
right?
94, 96 is up. So we'll let Soumya get back to this while we get
Mhm.
back to the live situation. Queen g3 played queen e1, queen g3 with the idea of rook e1 and e5. As Sahaj pointed out, this idea with rook e1 and e5, this is quite important to open up this bishop and also to remove this knight from f6, which is usually a key defensive piece on the king side in any of these situations where black has castled king side. So e5 will have this multiple effect. It drives away the knight from f6 and it also opens up the bishop on d3, which is attacking h7. And it also enables the exchange of the dark square bishop, which also weakens the d6 square in these positions in general, these typical
Yeah,
Sicilian
completely.
positions.
Absolutely. Although I'm not sure, but I was thinking queen h4 maybe, but maybe I'm a bit being a bit ambitious here because h6 does look a bit dangerous. But I'm not sure. Like in like normally I would just leave the bishop there, but I'm not sure if it's working in this case. Maybe bishop h6 also. It seems quite
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, bishop at h6 looks pretty tempting to me here. Bishop at h6 and queen at h6, and this looks incredibly scary for black,
Like
especially in this
rook
format.
f8, maybe rook f8.
Yeah, rook
You can always do
f1.
the perpetual. Yeah, bishop f8 then.
Yeah, but white need not hurry, yeah. Rook f3, rook g3, queen g5. It doesn't, it feels like black does not have enough pieces on the king side.
Hmm. Yeah, completely. Yeah, so that's why I was thinking queen h4 would have been maybe like a more aggressive approach, but I think queen g3 probably does pretty much the same thing because he's going for the e5 break.
Yeah, it just seems to. It also created this threat. Maybe not. I mean, bishop h6 could have been met by knight h5, but it does keep it in there in certain situations. So Anish promptly plays rook f c8 here, and after rook f1, this is the present position we have, the live position, and Jan has still not spent a second on any of these moves. He has flashed out the first 16 moves, and Anish, on the other hand, he has had to think and reply, and he has spent close to half his time. He has only 9 minutes remaining. Jan has 16 minutes, and f into e5 also played after a few seconds thought. Maybe knight d5 coming in now.
Yeah, knight d5 looks very scary to me. I think it looks more scary because it's Nepo. Because I mean I mean to be honest, I mean it's not very surprising that he's playing quick. I mean Nepo is one of the best players, as you know, Giri also mentioned yesterday that is one of the fastest players. So I don't know. This knight d5 looks very dangerous to me, to be honest. Um, Maybe rook f5 or rook f3, I guess, with the idea of rook f1, and then you can play knight d5. I'm just not sure what black's idea here is. Like, does black want to play b4, or like how do you continue? Maybe bishop a3 is I see is an idea.
Yeah, but it's not
Uh,
easy to play with black, I think, because it feels like white has achieved just a bit more in the on the king side compared to what black has achieved on the queen side. White
Absolutely.
seems to uh, white seems to be just a bit faster by a move or two, and yeah, I think Jan has also got Anish into his prep. Uh, Anish was predictable in the night off. So Jan played an idea yesterday, a relatively new idea, but Anish neutralized it comfortably. And now
Yeah,
this time I think he might have got him though.
yeah.
Hi,
It looks.
sorry, I got disconnected.
No
No
problem,
worries.
Soumya. Welcome back.
So what
So
have
So 95 is played. I mean, this looks very scary to me. Um, like there's bishop. I mean, after taking knight d5, e d5, bishop g5. Okay, that's probably is played also. Bishop g5, queen g5. There's some now bishop h7, rook f7 ideas. Um, yeah, looks quite dangerous. And if I think knight f8 looks logical here to just get a defender on the h7 pawn, but then I think d6 is quite strong here.
oh, nice, strong move.
Yeah,
Queen into d6
yeah.
met by. Oh no,
Oh, knight
you can
h7.
actually take
Oh,
this.
but why not bishop f5 then? Bishop f5.
Yeah. Bishop f5 works.
Or rather, bishop c4 also looks strong, to be honest. Yeah, both look pretty good.
True.
Maybe bishop c4 is not as threatening
Yeah,
as
because
bishop f5.
now black has this option of sacrificing the queen and trying to
Yeah,
organize some defense, but bishop f5 certainly wins some material. So Soumya, I think you have come at the exact right moment because yesterday you were just killing people in these positions with black with an attack going, and once again the scene is custom made set for you. And Anish has just taken bishop into d5. So how would you reply as white?
yeah, I think I'm just catching up with the position and I was wondering how did they reach this? Okay, so bishop d5. Um yeah, I would first of all consider bishop h7, but I think here it doesn't work because of king h7. And I thought to insert queen f5, but then g6 and queen h. So it still attacks the c2 pawn. Then queen h3, maybe king g7, and it's actually like fine, right? Rook d5, king 8, queen c2, and
Yeah,
king
queen
a2.
c2. Yeah.
But this is okay, I think. Knight. This is actually
Oh,
okay
bishop at
for
h7
black.
taken by Nepo, and he has taken rook into d5. And
Yeah,
queen e to c2 set to come, king a2. I think here the difference might be that the king on a2 is actually more secure than black's king on h7. A minor difference, but a major one nevertheless.
but I'm wondering if inserting this g6 is in black's favor or in white's, because here the knight on f6 looks quite secure, right? Or you just
rook
give
f.
you just take on g6, yeah? E5,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think you just you take on e5 first, and
Huh.
then you take on f6 pretty soon. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Why not rook f6 straight away?
Yeah, you can probably take it straight away, and then queen into and rook c6 is not possible. So queen g6 maybe, yeah.
Then
But
check on
then
h4. Maybe even just queen e5 then or
yeah, and
something.
then queen h4 and rook e5.
Yeah, yeah, queen e5 or even queen h4, rook e5 looks quite strong to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
a
looks
raging attack
decent.
against black.
Yeah.
I think here after knight f6, the problem for Nepo might be the problem of plenty. Yeah, he has like this range of attractive options to choose from, and he has to pick one. So it's more of a paradox of choice. He has a problem of plenty, and he has to pick one of these ideas. Do you want to have a quick look at the Wesley Magnus game and get back here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But actually, just wanted to say that here rook f6 is extremely natural because after gf6, queen f6, the f7 pawn is also hanging. Like, at least if that was supported, then you might have thought twice, probably.
Yeah,
So that's the
completely
reason
agree with
it's
you.
very natural to play rook f6 here. But he's thinking, he's obviously calculating after queen g6 what happens. Okay.
Yeah. In the
Oh,
Magnus Wesley game, which is also not
oh,
boring.
sorry, Shri. I just spotted that after queen g6, queen h4, there is queen h6 in the previous position, and maybe that's why he's thinking. So, yeah, now we can go to
Yeah,
Wesley
yeah.
versus Magnus. Um,
So this is what some Nimzo, right? With some
Yeah,
f3
yeah, it was
Nimzo.
what?
Nimzo f3, and here Magnus played knight c6.
Okay.
Have you guys seen this?
Never,
No.
never.
No, me neither.
F3, I think Sahej used to play F3 Nimzo, na?
I only used to play f3 Nimzo.
Hai na?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I think you played against, what was his name? Yeah, he used to play a lot in India. There was a Russian grandmaster.
Uh,
But it's okay. I remember one of her games very vividly. So, okay. F3 knight c6, I have never seen. But then what happened?
he continued
It,
with a3, bishop into
Hmm.
c3, b into c3. Now, this is a typical thing in the Nimzo Indian uh, to give up the bishop in exchange for damaging the pawn structure of white. And black attacks with b6 and bishop a6, and usually with knight a5 to put pressure on c4 and try to open the c file with c5. White on the other hand has these pair of bishops and the dark square bishop and much more space in the center, which is the trade-off that white gets. So quickly moving on to the live situation. This was the situation with all these dominating pawns when Magnus played g5, f into g5, h into g5, sacrificing a pawn. Now white cannot take bishop into g5 because of knight into g3, attacking both the queen and the rook simultaneously. Uh, so he took with the knight, and now knight f4, attacking the queen and the bishop. And if white takes the knight, then black just takes the rook. So what black has done is black has disconnected white's pawns and kind of damaged his pawn structure.
well, it looks very comfortable for black, to be honest, because once you take gf4, rook h4, I mean, the first question I want to ask is where is the king going? Where is the white king going to go? Because it doesn't look safe on either of the sides to me.
True. Whereas black can just castle long, get the rook to h8, and get
Yeah,
the
it
queen to
looks quite
a4.
dangerous.
It looks pretty comfortable. So I think once again Magnus having the initiative. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Knight
Meanwhile, in
c6 is
the other game, which Soumya kind of couldn't take her eyes off
Yeah,
or her
like
mind off, rook into e5 and rook c3 is the update we have.
yeah, exactly. So I think that's the reason you did not take on f6 because of rook f6, gf6, queen f6, queen g6, queen h4, and queen h6, which we missed initially. So maybe that's why he decided to go like play it safe and play rook e5 because he couldn't find a continuation after that.
And yeah, Anish hitting
Actually,
back with rook
you
c3.
should,
Yeah.
you should mention what happens after knight d4. I think it's very, very pretty.
Yeah, but I think you should first tell me what happens.
But it's a
Rook into a3, yeah?
I thought it was a question for the chat, but it turned out
No,
a
no,
question for
no.
us.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, rook into a3 is like such a puzzle rush move, no? Knight
Hmm.
d4 and rook a3, king a3, queen a4.
Yeah.
And he doesn't
Go
have a
for it.
defense against what's the defense? There's queen h4, queen b4 or something. Or maybe queen h4 and then move the knight somewhere because then you won't have queen f4 mate.
Maybe queen f5 is a move, like you can just exchange the queens.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
but then what has white achieved from all this? It just
Nothing,
liquidates, yeah?
Yeah,
equality. He has
definitely rook
achieved.
f6 would have been a better choice than in that case. But yeah, this doesn't look safe for white now.
Yeah, I think
No,
he just might have missed this rook c3, rook into a3 thing. And I
yeah,
think
Hmm.
now black is probably completely safe, yeah?
but after rook f6 also, is there an advantage? I mean, we are speculating, but we couldn't find anything after queen f6, queen g6, queen h4, queen h6, right? Like, so maybe it was equal and they just played the best moves.
Yeah, probably. Mostly,
Yeah.
from experience, that's probably the right thing to say.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm expecting. Yeah, he did play queen f5 because makes sense. Yeah, I mean, why would you allow black to have an attack instead?
Yeah. By the way, Sahaj, just going a bit off topic. Right now, as we speak, the Indian women team and the South African women team are playing a cricket match. Who would you root for?
in the Indian women's team, obviously.
At the cost of your visa, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if visa is the only thing at stake there.
Yeah. But to be completely
Some
frank,
topics
I
are for
don't
Zoom
watch a lot
calls
of.
and not streams.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm gonna take the high road here, and I'm gonna say that I don't watch a lot of cricket, so so I'm just gonna be neutral there. But obviously, I'll support
That's
the.
not the high road you take, man. An Indian stream. I don't watch much cricket.
I don't watch much
I
cricket.
just realized it as soon as I said it. Yeah, I realized that as soon as I said it.
I mean, on a stream where the chat is going on with cricket scores.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
That's great.
Okay, King
So-
G8 now.
Yeah,
No,
King
Knight
J8,
C5.
Knight C5. And can you just exchange off Queen into F5 and play some Rook C2?
Maybe Rook F2, Rook 1 F2, right? Yeah. Takes,
Yeah, maybe
takes.
still some minor problems to solve for black here, yeah. Maybe Queen
Yeah,
into
but
F5 is just too
yeah, but it should
committal.
be.
Yeah, you're right. It should be equal, yeah.
I'm thinking maybe B4.
Oh yeah, he has played B4.
Oh, okay, nice.
The threat
This
of Rook into
looks
A3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're saying?
No, I'm saying B4 looks quite good to me.
Yeah,
And
he
Queen
has played
C2.
B4. Yeah. Queen C2, Rook C2, and black still has this threat of B into A3. Yeah? And what happens after knight into A6?
Oh my god. Oh my god, one Adiban, our ever present co-host, is calling me on WhatsApp, and I'm wondering if I should take his call. This is
Take it and put it
hilarious.
on speaker, no?
This is hilarious. Okay, should I take it? Wait, I'll just call him. Let's
Yeah.
ask him for his expert comments. Okay, I'll just put it on speaker.
Phone a friend. If something wrong happens, just put it on mute, okay?
Adi, you're on stream, okay? You're on stream and speaker.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just happy birthday. I'm like,
Oh,
wishing
thank
you
you so
lots
much.
of love and happiness.
Thank you so much, Adi. That's so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what I call. Yeah, I know you were on stream, so I thought, okay, just okay. I didn't know, of course, but I saw on stream, so I thought, okay, I'll just wish you. Okay, awesome.
And
And
are you following the games, Adi? And how are your games going? How are your games going?
அம்மோ இது ரொம்ப வித்தியாசமான சிறப்பான பர்த்டே உனக்கு
Oh,
என்ன
Adhiban's
ஹாப்பியோட கொண்டாடுற வாழ்த்துக்கள்
Thank
ரொம்ப
you.
சிறப்பான பர்த்டே எங்க அங்க
Okay, I think she has frozen once again. Seems like she has a bit of a connectivity issue. So, Saj,
Yeah.
you're still here, yeah?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. By the way, Soumya, sorry I didn't know, but happy birthday.
Thank you, sir.
I-
I'm still on the call. So, Adi,
I'm not sure if she can hear you, but once she gets back.
No, she said thanks. She has asked.
Yeah, she's talking with Adi once.
I see.
Dad, I can hear their voice
Before
faintly.
Rook is played, huh?
Yeah, into B4, Rook into B4 is played. Nice, I think very nice response by Anish. He was Kind of caught in Nepo's prep, but I think he defended very well. And now we are seeing a draw, yeah? Queen into f7, queen h5, it's going to be a draw. So that's a draw in just 25 minutes. Anish is incredibly efficient, yeah, in everything. Whether it's doing his chessable courses or YouTube streams or how quickly he finishes his game. Quite often he finishes 2 games by the time Magnus finishes one.
Wow,
And
I didn't know that, but that's very impressive actually. And yeah, of course, I mean, the way he handled the preparation was quite commendable. I mean,
yeah,
it seems
yeah.
like no problems whatsoever to
Yeah, a
prepare his.
lesser player, and we would have seen exactly how dangerous Nepo's idea was. But Anish being Anish, he neutralized it as if it's not a big deal at all. And we couldn't witness how dangerous Nepo's idea was. No, it's like Sachin Tendulkar hitting a six of Shoaib Akhtar. We know that Shoaib Akhtar is incredibly fast and was one of the best bowlers at that time. But Sachin made those bowlers look like they were not all as dangerous. And I think Anish handled Nepo's preparation in a similar way. By the way,
Yeah,
Sahaj, since you're new here, I'm shamelessly in support of Anish ever since he raided my Instagram. So
Okay,
don't
so
mind
he's
my
rooting for
bias.
Anish. He said on the phone just now that always rooting for Anish. So
AD.
yeah.
Oh yeah, welcome back, Soumya.
Oh, you okay? Yes, thanks. Adi was on the call and he just mentioned that he's rooting for Anish. So I think I can say it on stream as well.
Yeah. Anish is also sold out to. Sorry, AD is also sold out to Anish. Anish has been promoting his 1B3 and his Instagram as well. So
No, okay. I am also supporting Anish because he's my friend, but just that it's a it's a official stream, so I'm trying not to take sides. But of course,
but
at
you
the
just
same
took it,
time,
no?
no. But like,
It
that's the
was a
reason
trap.
I'm not like so like unabashed about it as she is like all the time. Even flips the board and stuff. Like I'm just like okay.
That is the
But
chat's request.
yeah. But like, of course, I think um you know it's obvious that you would support your friends, but I think here Nepo is also like playing really well, so I think it's going to be a tough fight anyway.
No, I think we're seeing a draw here, right? I don't
In
see anything.
Magnus and Wesley,
No. In Anish's game,
oh yeah, that's a draw. Yeah.
this is a perpetual. Have they agreed yet? No, no, I don't think so. Yeah, no, not
No,
yet.
they
No,
haven't,
not
but
yet.
by the way, Wesley and Magnus game, Magnus has a advantage, I think. No,
Yeah.
he's
We
like
have a draw officially, so we'll just um, switch on to the Magnus Wesley game while Anish prepares for his next game with the white pieces.
right.
Okay, so yeah, definitely black is more comfortable here. I don't know if it's an advantage, but obviously, practically speaking, black is I mean, you cannot. I mean, there's a very little chance that black will make a mistake here, practically speaking, because it seems so comfortable. Although, what is happening after King E3?
King E3. King
Bishop E2
E3
is
just
Bishop E2.
okay. E5 maybe, yeah. Just support the rook.
D takes.
D takes, the knight is pinned.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, this
So
seems quite uncomfortable.
yeah, it's like I mean, okay, the pawns are equal, but the king is like super awkward. Like the pieces are super awkward, and the rook on H1 is like if it was on G3, maybe then it's fine. This position is fine because then actually King E3 might work. Yeah. No, first of all, rook on G3, then everything is better in life. But on H1, it's like doing nothing other than supporting the H2 pawn, right?
It's not even. I mean, the pawn
Oh,
is
he
already.
did play. He did play King E3.
Okay, E5 probably. I mean, I was thinking Bishop E2, but I didn't see that it was pinned. But I think E5 looks quite nice to me now.
Oh, but bishop e2, maybe king into f4, no?
Yeah, bishop f1, rook f1. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, of course, I mean, playing e5, keeping the tension is better for black.
Right.
Yeah, if I played on board.
Yeah, the white's position is quite uncomfortable here.
Yeah, I think it's very tough. Okay, let's see a little ahead. Like, let's say pawn into pawn. Oh my god, I think I should switch off my WhatsApp.
Sorry?
Uh,
Switch off your WhatsApp, yeah?
yeah.
Or organize the outage.
So let's say d into e5, d into e5, bishop c4, knight c4, king d3, maybe even b5, yeah? Maybe even b5 here. Yeah, like it's so bad. White's position is very bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Like
quite.
there's nothing to do. Just everything is hanging, and the knight on f3 hangs. If you support it with king e2, the pawn on e4 hangs, and you again can pin it after rook f4, and then e4 comes in. Like just imagine, yeah, king e2, rook e4, king d3, and rook e3 also is coming in, and
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it looks like Magnus is winning the first game again, yeah, and he's gonna dominate.
Maybe rook g1. I don't know if it's winning yet. What if I play
who
rook g1?
which just one rook can go to g1 right now. Edge g1, yeah. So like bishop e2,
King e2.
rook into e4.
Now this is a tough question. Where do we put the king? Maybe king. No. King d2 maybe.
Then knight c4, yeah, and then king d3 you want to play.
Yeah.
That's your trick. But actually, that's not really working because d5 anyway. Your knight on f3 is still pinned.
I know, but rook g3 is what I was thinking. Yeah, but I don't think it's working. No, it's not working.
He's taken on e5, so d into e5, d into e5. Oh my god, this is very tough for Wesley.
e5 was a very strong move.
Yeah, Magnus in full form.
Maybe king d2. Hey, what if I play king d2 because bishop e2? I have knight e5 check.
Oh, that's smart. Smart OP.
Yeah, that's what happened, yeah. King d2, bishop into e2, king into e2. But he didn't take knight into e5 check.
No, that's not what happened. The rook is on g1, see? That's not
okay,
what happened.
yeah. He played rook g1, yeah. Bishop into e2, king into e2, rook into e4 check. King f2, this is the present situation.
So now if rook f4, then king g2 would have been played. And then after rook h5, knight e5. That's why he didn't go for that. So he played knight c4 instead.
So what if I play rook d1 check and then knight g5?
Right now.
After knight. Yeah. What if I play rook d1 check, king moves somewhere, and I play knight g5 check? Oh, sorry, knight g5 just, sorry.
But rook h2, king g3 you want to play. So let's say I play rook f4, check.
King g2.
Rook into c3. Just take up everything.
Yeah, it does nothing. Yeah, it does nothing.
King
Even
g2
h2.
and king g2,
Yeah.
rook c3. Yeah, just take all the pawns.
So rook
This is
g3
like very bad
on the
for
board.
Wesley, actually. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Rook g3.
Yeah, Wesley seems a bit upset with this position also. So yeah.
Yeah, he seems very upset. Do you think these guys must be preparing a lot before the game, or what do you think their schedule must be like? Like,
Well,
I feel they must be taking some rest. Like, what's your? Would you
well,
like?
I'm sure he must be preparing, but I think knight c6 was probably something new.
Yeah. Okay. Of course.
Even if he was fully prepared, I mean, he wouldn't have looked at knight c6 before the game. So yeah, there's always that.
No, I
Although
also
also,
feel like it's the end of the tournament, and maybe they're just like not like taking more rest and preparing less. Like, what do you think?
I don't know, Srinath, what do you think?
I think it's largely a personal thing. It also depends on how serious you are about the tournament, how much stamina you have. Me personally, I would be extremely tired by this point. I'd find it hard to prepare anything. But these guys who are seasoned and they are used to playing at this level, they have, I think, relatively higher stamina at this level. And it largely comes down to, I think, the specific individual. So I imagine someone like Magnus might not prepare as much as someone like Anish. And it also depends on, I think, how much they enjoy the work involved. There are some people who, they love to keep revisiting the lands, they love to keep exploring things. And there are some people who just love the thrill of playing a lot more. They're not as much into the research part. And even at the elite level, I think there are huge differences between personalities, and it's a very individual and specific thing.
No, I think that's probably, I mean, completely accurate. It depends on the individual at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, this seems quite excruciatingly, I mean, tiring, to be honest. They both also look tired to me, but that could just be me.
Yeah, one thing is you're tired physically and mentally, and another thing is if you lose when you're tired, it's that much harder to get back. You feel bad, the momentum is against you, and the energy just gets sapped much more with each loss. It takes a lot of willpower, a lot of pull to try and come back from these kind of situations. When you're tired and when you're exhausted, you just don't have those reserves of stamina. And I think that's what happens in a lot of these third place, fourth place games. When one person has this momentum and they have the initiative, they generally tend to run away with it, from what I've seen in a lot of these encounters for the third and fourth place. They just don't seem to be able to have that reserves of energy to, get back and pull things off. So here the rook is attacked, the knight is attacked, and white cannot escape with rook g6 check because black can just take king into e5 and the h6 rook is protected. So he tries to play rook g4, trying to get knight into g4, but Magnus just replies with rook f2, once again threatening both the pawn on h2 and the knight on e5 simultaneously. Resignation expected from Wesley So and expectedly. So Magnus once again pulling away with an early win with the black pieces, and now he has two whites out of the next three games. He only needs to score 1 point out of these three games in which he has two whites, because he has won the first set on the previous day. So I think Magnus has pretty much sealed the third spot, and Wesley is pretty upset, as we can see.
Yeah, no, completely agreed.
Yeah, especially it is upsetting, because he also lost yesterday and today, and the way the games happen, more than the loss. I think even that is sort of upsetting. And I think Magnus has been dominating the match in this third fight for the third place, and that probably adds to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Magnus kind of set that tone with that 22 move win with Magnus style. Meanwhile, do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have more watching than the number of likes, guys. Come on, let's uh, let's get the likes going so that more people can tune in, come and watch the stream, and make Chess 24 India popular.
Yeah, I just like the stream. After you reminded me.
Thank you, Soumya. Sahaj, you also, yeah, from your laptop, from your phone,
Just
in
Hey, hang on, coming from my phone now.
Thanks.
You thought
Thanks. So the second game of Anish Nepo expected to begin in a few minutes. Um in the meanwhile, there has been 5 draws so far in this final between Anish and Nepo. The prelude battle for the candidates, which is set to happen next month. Thank you, Vishal. The world be like Vishal. Like it from all your accounts, so more people can come and watch the stream. And of course, it's Soumya's birthday today, so all the more reason for you to send her as many gifts as you can. Of course, you don't have to limit it only to the likes and subscribes, but that is like the basic prerequisite.
Yeah, since you reminded me, thank you, Sej. When you wished me, I was on the call and I was completely confused. So thank you so much for your wishes, and thank you, chat, as well. Like, I didn't expect so much love, so I'm like super overwhelmed today, and I have received so many messages on Instagram as well. And I think I should take back my comment that birthdays are overrated. They're not. Yeah, birthday wishes make you feel really nice. Thank you so much, guys. And I'm going to be like more excited for my friends' birthdays now on, because I know how it feels to receive such nice messages. So I think I should I think I should reciprocate it as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
mine
totally,
is in
totally.
September, yeah. Just
Oh,
you can just put a note in your phone or something on your calendar.
We have Facebook search.
what did you say, Sahaj? Sorry, I
I
missed
said
it.
mine is in September, yeah, since you're gonna
Oh, is it during the Champions Chess Tour final? Like, when is it? When is it? What's your birth
on,
date?
on the 7th.
Okay, it's before. Okay, so maybe we'll do some stream on your birthday.
Yeah.
By the way, you are streaming on Twitch, right?
I used to, I was, but not for the last like 4 or 5 months or so.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, it was my last year of university, so I just didn't have the time, to be honest.
Oh, so you're still studying now?
No, I finished. I
Oh, you
finished
finished.
I finished last month.
All right. And
By the way,
by the
guys,
way,
we also. Oh yeah, Soumya wanted to go ahead with something.
we probably wanted to say the same thing, that
Sure.
there is going to be there is basically an announcement that there is going to be a challengers chess tour, which we also found out about only today. So Shri, do you want to discuss a bit about that? It sounds really interesting.
Yeah, the Challengers Chess Tour, which is part of the qualification for the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour, it's going to kick off in April with the first matches between Kramnik versus Polgar, but they're not going to play against each other. It's not a one-on-one match. Instead, they both have their teams with 10 players consisting of 5 juniors under 18 and 5 women players under 24. So they have their 10 player team and 3 coaches in each team. And it's set to begin at April 8. It's from April 8 to April 11. So this is going to be an exciting new format, a bit similar to the online Olympiad, but a bit more comprehensive than that. And yeah, so Kramnik versus Polgar, you can already start picking your sides and start looking forward to it.
Actually, I think it's a very impressive format, and I went through it briefly, and actually I don't think it's like anything that I have seen before, because there will be first of all, Judith Polgar and Vladimir Kramnik will be the team captains, and they will be perhaps preparing lessons and exercises and providing coaching sessions for the sub teams, and the winning team actually earns a trip to the World Chess Championship 2021, which is in Dubai in November. So the prize is also exciting, and also the first place of each of the challenge qualifies for Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, like the reciprocative um, Champions Chess Tour. So basically, the one in April, whoever wins the one in April qualifies for the April regular. The one who wins in June qualifies for the June regular, then the one who wins in July qualifies for the July one, then in August you qualify for the August one. So I think it's really novel and impressive and something very exciting.
Definitely, definitely. I would totally start looking forward to it. But first, Anisha's game, which has begun, the second game has begun. They
Oh,
are
awesome.
tied at half, 3 games to go, and the winner takes it all. So far in the history of my personal champion chess tour coverage, not a single day has gone by where there hasn't been a tie break. Let's see if that tradition continues, or they're going to give all of us some nice rest and finish things early.
Oh my god, I don't
If
think Anish is hearing you. He played seventh move G4. Oh my god, he's just going for it, Shri. He wants to just finish it in the main match itself. He's
Yeah,
just
so he is hearing me, yeah, because it goes to the tiebreak only if it's like 2-2 in the regulation 4 games, and if we can count on anyone to finish something quickly, it's Anish. Everything is fast, yeah. Even the way he speaks, the number of words he utters in a second, even I think that is twice as fast as me.
yeah, he's very fast. He finished 2 chessable courses in the span of one, and yeah, he plays a lot. He plays a lot these days, right? Like people are sitting at home, like having played nothing for more than a year, and he's been playing continuously since July or August. July even. I remember following him in the Chess for Legends tournament. Actually,
I thought
yeah.
you were going to complete that sentence with, people have been sitting at home and finished only one chessable course, or none in certain cases, while he has finished 2 while playing tournaments.
While playing OTB tournaments, while preparing for the candidates, and while playing the Champions Chess Tour. Oh my god, that's a lot.
And maintaining his social media presence. I mean, that's also.
Yeah, and crossing 100K everywhere. Like
Yeah, but
literally.
okay, for him, the social media presence is like a dragon's fire, yeah. It's just part of his breathing process. He breathes and there is some content, social media content.
Guys, what do you think? Like posting on social media is extra work, or is it like just something you do when you have free time?
Sahaj, you want to take that one?
No.
No, I mean, anything you don't understand or enjoy seems like extra work, and anything just enjoy automatically, that feels natural. So I think the social media thing, it really depends. With Anish, I think he has, properly understood the social media game, and he really enjoys the process. So for him, it just feels like it's a part of his normal thing. Someone like me, I didn't even know how to resize pictures on Instagram. I didn't know how to, previously I didn't know how to post a story on Instagram. And for me, it always looked like an extra work till I learned to embrace it. So
Interesting.
I think it's the same with everything, whether it's preparing chess, exercising, or anything we do. If we enjoy it, it doesn't feel like boring work. But if we don't, I think it takes a lot of extra
Effort.
exertion.
I don't know if it's boring. I mean, I think it's just work.
Yeah.
It's
It's just something you need to do, whether you're in a mood for it or not, you just need to do it. So that's work, right? Like work is when you don't have a choice not to do it. You need to do it.
yeah.
That's how we can define work. So everything else is like choice oriented. We can choose to do it or not to do it.
Yeah,
Like eating.
maybe. I honestly don't know. It's not like life was bad when I was not active on social media. It's still a choice, I think.
Really? You think
Yeah.
you have a choice being a YouTuber and not being on social media? I don't think that's a choice.
But
I think
being a
it's
YouTuber or not is a choice, no?
yeah, but once you are a YouTuber, you don't have a choice. Like you have to be on social media, right? You don't think so?
True. Yeah, I mean, it's a trade-off. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there is no choice, but especially in today's world, like I used to be very, very off social media till last year. And then I realized that, like, I couldn't relate to half the things people felt. Like not picking up a call was a big deal, right? Like, and I used to be like, why? But now I
No.
realize, like, because in Instagram, like, there is instant, like, everything is so instant that not, like, I'm now able to relate to the fact that how much in the 90s I used to live, basically. It's like not owning a mobile phone nowadays if you're not on social
No,
media.
but I
It's
think
actually
not
similar
picking
to
a
that.
call is, I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's perfectly fine.
No,
Uh,
but the person is calling you for a reason, right? Like,
yeah, that's true, but
People will know
it's
that.
still a matter of your availability, no? You're not obliged to be available 24 into 7 to everyone all the time.
yeah, no, but I think it's like polite to pick up. Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, I think
I
it's
would.
polite to ask a person before calling. That is what polite is. Unless it's an emergency.
I'm gonna have to side with Srinath here. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I,
I don't like calls, to be honest. I prefer a text message rather, just to let me know what the problem is, so I can, I can read it, I can reflect, and I can, type up my response. That's because on a call, it's always, there's that chance of being impulsive. You can make bad decisions. You can say something that you didn't really intend. I mean, there are many things. So yeah, probably a better idea to.
Really? Oh, I always prefer calls because I think they are briefer than messages. Like, messages can go on forever. So it's just like you make a call and you just discuss whatever it is and then keep it, and that's it.
Yeah, no,
Calls are
but
also
either way, I think it's polite to just check if the person is free before calling, because we get so
Oh.
many notifications, so many different things, so many things that distract us until this point. And I think you really have to choose whether you pay attention to those notifications each and every single time. If you responded to every message and every call instantly, then you're going to be constantly distracted from whatever you're doing. Then I think it's impossible to focus.
Yeah, like, obviously, and you can't keep your phone with you the whole time, but you're at least, I don't know, I think it's a very long discussion, by the way, and the game might finish before we end the discussion. So that's another problem. Um, by the way, they have, like, played a lot of moves like G4, H6, H4, Knight F6, Knight C6, B into C6, Queen F3, D5, G5, AG. I actually feel like they both are in their preparation, like Rook H1, Queen H1, Knight G4, and Bishop D2. And here was the first moment where Nepo thought for 3 minutes and he played Bishop B7.
Yeah, also, of course, with Nepo, you're never really sure, yeah, if he's just in his preparation or if he's still bluffing.
Mhm.
So Bishop B7 on the board, and right now the immediate problem for White is White cannot castle long because the F2 pawn is hanging. Knight into F2 is set to be taken. So we need to probably get something, some defense before attempting this. Yeah, we need to drive away the knight on G4. So maybe Bishop E2 is
Bishop
one
E2.
option.
Yeah.
It's an organic option. You develop a piece and you also drive away the knight from G4. Uh, you can also play
Actually,
something like Queen G2 or Queen H4, no?
I was thinking Bishop B2 actually.
instead of Bishop B7, wasn't D4 a good idea? I think that is what Nepo was considering instead of Bishop B7. And maybe, yeah, he was, I think, considering D4. And after Knight E2, maybe C5, this stuff.
Yeah, that's an option.
I was thinking Knight A4 looks more logical to me because I want to play
Instead of
B.
going E2, yeah? Yeah, yeah, completely agree. Knight
Knight to
E2 looks a
A4.
bit,
But knight on A4, isn't it? Okay, and you'll just play B3 and support it whenever it's attacked.
exactly. So White occupies these squares, these light squares, since you're putting these pawns on the dark squares, C5 and D4. And after Bishop C4, so let's say you can, after Knight A4, let's say you continue with something like C5, B3. I think these would be typical moves in this structure. And then the knight can also come to c4. Knight b2, knight c4. And I think the knight would be very well
Maybe
placed here.
also like bishop c4 and knight d3, something like that. But I'm not sure which one is which piece would be better on d3. I think the knight would be better on d3 because it's doing something there. But okay, I think it's not really a huge difference.
Yeah, but I think the bottom line is as black might prefer not to commit this d4 unless he gets something concrete, some concrete gain. Otherwise, I think it can become a committal weakness with all these light square weaknesses that it leaves in the trail. What do you think, Soumya?
Well, actually, I was thinking about like maybe another problem with this d4 stuff is that after f4, let's say, whenever white plays f4, the knight on g4 is actually trapped. So, and
You wanted to create
also,
this e3 square, yeah?
yeah, no, I was just thinking whether we need to actually go back 95 on time, or we can just wait with it, because I just realized that after f4 the knight could get trapped on g4, and I
But
was
you
just
always have this
considering these
d4 knight
options.
e3, no?
Yeah, that's true. So whenever white plays f4, you think black can now basically play bishop c5 as well, because that d4 diagonal, like after d4 he has not closed that diagonal, right? So he can play bishop c5 as well.
Yeah, yeah, true. It does leave the option of bishop c5. So yeah, I think it makes sense for black not to commit
Not to
bishop d7.
not to commit d4, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, not to commit d4. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
just wait
again,
with it.
question is, what do you do after bishop e2? Yeah,
He
yeah,
has to
queen
go back.
h3. Play queen h3.
He has to go back, yeah, knight e5. I mean, what else?
Yeah, but once the knight goes back, then I think white has a pretty nice position, no?
Oh, and maybe he was considering, now that you mention it, he was considering bishop c5 maybe instead of bishop b7. Maybe that's the reason he thought so long. Just here, like bishop c5 and forcing f3 or something. I don't know. Maybe
But
this
No,
was
but
when
bishop
the
c5 runs into queen h8 check, no?
king e7 is not good. I mean, I'm not sure what's the problem. King e7 just f3 you can't play because of queen g3.
Hmm. Looks scary to me at first sight, but maybe it. Maybe long castle here.
Or maybe f4. F4 you'll give bishop f2 check, is it? No.
Yeah, no, the
It's
main thing is
actually
I kind
very
of want to, just
strange.
keep my king safe as white. If I
Mm-hmm.
do that, then I think the black king is absolutely unsafe, and I should be able to find something here, put the rook on e1, and
But like,
strategically, I think black is just falling apart.
uh-huh.
Yeah, no, completely agree. I think black's position looks quite dangerous to me. Just bishop e2 or something and long castle, and black is. I mean, again, the king. Where's the king gonna go? It has to stay in the center. At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why he played bishop b7. Okay, fine. But somehow
Yeah, but
after
also I think it's
f4, like for example,
right now.
no, queen h3, knight e5.
Yeah, queen h3, knight e5,
f4.
f4. Yeah. True. Yeah, I think black just has to kind of go back. Yeah, knight d7 and
Maybe knight g6, and he like kind of asks white what he's doing.
yeah, knight
Queen
g6.
g4.
Yeah, queen what?
Queen g4 or yeah, queen f3. Queen g4. I think looks better.
Knight g6. I kind of intuitively felt that it might come under f5.
Now what
Yeah.
if I play bishop d6? Because whenever you play f5, I have knight
You have knight
e5, no?
e5. Yeah,
Uh,
true.
It's
Yeah,
actually
maybe
very unclear.
f4 is a bit hasty. Yeah, Anish himself he went long castle.
Yeah, it's very committal. F4 is very committal, like all
Yes.
other pawn moves are.
Yeah. So long castle on the board,
Long castle makes so much more sense. That's true, actually.
and here for black, the biggest question is where does he put the king again? Whether he keeps it in the center or castle's long. How is he going to manage this?
He could castle long. That's a valid option.
I don't know. It seems risky to me because then knight
Really?
a4, bishop a5 ideas. Yeah, not bishop a5 immediately, obviously, but knight a4, queen b3. It looks dangerous to me.
Queen b3
I think
is
it's
strong.
safer for black to keep the king on the center because then he also has some chances to create some play on the
Queen
queen
side.
side. Yeah.
But the problem is like, okay, let's say, for example, here you can't play c5 because the d5 pawn is vulnerable. I think.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
And the
c5, I think,
center, and I
is
mean the
going to be a
center.
problem. The
yeah, the
c5
center
will
gets
always be a
opened up.
problem.
Yeah, yeah. So he has played
Exactly.
d4.
So he has to find some move. Acha, he played.
Yeah, he has
So
played d4.
knight.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because before playing c5, you need to play d4 because then you close the center, right? Now he can maybe generate some play on the
Ah,
side.
right. And after actually knight a4, c5, f4, he can go knight c6 as well. Does like now the knight on c6 is much better placed, no, than on g6 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe. But now I have g6. It looks.
Oh, you have g6 suddenly. That's too much. You have g6.
he went knight b1. Eventually, I think it goes to c4. It's but on b1, it's less likely to come under attack by black. Yeah. So after f4, eventually knight a3 and knight c4 should make its way. I think at some point or another.
I don't know. I would have preferred the knight on a4. Because I'm always thinking about b3, knight b2, knight c4. But I think knight b1 also
Yeah, it
does
does the
more.
same thing, but without having to play b3. No. So isn't it like a better version?
No, my argument is that if black castles on the queen side, which is a possibility, then the knight on a4 is much better because you have b6 square. But now I think black can castle on the queen side.
But
Also,
also the
there is
knight controls b6 from c4.
Yeah, but it's going to be some time before the knight comes to c4. And okay, maybe even black can play c4 also and not allow that because you
No, no,
have to play
it
knight a4.
started with f4. So this is the present position.
so
And I think knight
f4.
a3 and
What
knight
if
c4 is coming in the next two moves probably. Yeah.
no? But f4. What if I play knight g6 and you're playing f5, right? Just wanted to
Oh, he
check.
has gone knight c6, but this allows g6. I didn't expect Jan to play knight c6 because after g6, it looks like white is entering into black's position. No.
No, actually, after knight g6, there was a problem with f5. Like, if we can solve that, then knight g6 works. Otherwise, I don't know. Like maybe knight f4 and e5. Like, what's black up?
Yeah. Knight g6. That is f5. True.
Yeah.
True.
So where does he doesn't have any option? He has to go to c6 and allow g6. I think.
Yeah. To me, it looks like white already has a big advantage. Big advantage, not too low on time either.
So
I
g6,
think
I'm expecting long castle actually, and after gf, queen f7, bishop c4. This is
or
very
bishop
awkward.
c4 straight away actually.
This is
You
very
without
awkward.
g6? Ah, you mean after long castle
After
bishop c4? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think we have another typical position where someone is winning against Nepo. Let's see if it gets
So
converted
fun.
this time.
That's a nice way to put it. Just can we go back for a moment and just check if knight g6 works? Because he has placed g6, so we don't have time. We don't have time. We need to focus on this position.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very awkward for black. Yeah, like what is he doing? Maybe
No, black is in huge trouble, you know. It takes a nepo to try and
This is super awkward, man.
play
The
normal
e4
from
pawn is
here.
also not attacked, actually.
I think he probably you know is going to sacrifice a pawn or two and try to generate some counter chances with piece activity. This is how Nepo will respond. Now, how does he do that from this position? Is the question. It's not something that's going to occur quickly to me. It takes time. I'm not on Nepo mode on default in general. So first thing, yeah, that comes to my mind is long castle and G into
So
F7.
bishop c4. Bishop c4, no?
No, irrespective, he'll play king b8 next. That's what I think Shri means, right? You're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
give up
yeah,
the e6
yeah,
pawn.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you have to try and yeah.
No, not here. Like here you take
Bishops,
on f7.
bishop
But
c4,
after
king
bishop
b8,
c4
and
pawn.
G into f7. Yeah,
And queen f7. Then
yeah,
you give
true,
up
true, true.
e6.
Yeah, you give e6. Yeah, yeah.
But this
Before
is a
knight
bad only.
c6, can't black take bishop e6? Bishop e4. Is that what Sudarshan means? Can black? Yeah, bishop e4. But then you lose the piece on e5. Yeah, but
Yeah, but black's king is in the center, so it's I mean, there's not going to be a lot of compensation here. Queen e5, you can just play rook e1 or something, and doesn't look like much.
yeah. I think there's further tactics coming
But
in.
there is queen
Rook into
f5,
e4,
right?
bishop g2, bishop into e8, and all these.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Queen f5, rook e4 is the problem.
Yeah,
f1
queen
bishop
f5,
is
rook e4.
defended.
Yeah.
Right.
Completely luck shot by me, but yeah, it works.
I have a
I
question.
was
I
trying
think
to put the queen on g1 in some way, but it's not working.
Yeah, I know, right? You take this bishop g2, and now if the queen can come to g1, then after bishop at a8 also you are fine. I also tried to do the same, but it didn't happen. Soumya, you're saying?
no, I was thinking maybe knight g6 is actually not so bad, like instead of knight c6. So let's say knight g6 here and f5, and you take on f5. I know the king opened up, but okay. And then knight e5 back, and after bishop f4, maybe f6. It looks very risky, but maybe it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think black is quite far away from the zone where he can care about how his position looks. Now
Yeah.
it's a battle of survival. If it survives, it survives.
Yeah.
But honestly speaking, you know, after f5, maybe now that we are ready to give up the pawns, maybe you just give it up and try to keep things closed with knight e5.
But now you take on e6 and the king is still in the center, no? I thought that's the problem.
Yeah, but I think you have to give up the pawn and maybe
So bishop
just
c8
yeah,
and
bishop c8 and reorganize your position.
but after ef7 check, queen
to
f7. Now I'll attack the knight, queen g3.
Yeah,
I like
queen
queen
g. Yeah, bishop d6.
And now bishop f4 doesn't work because of knight d3. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking queen h2 instead of queen g3.
Okay.
The same
and after
bishop
bishop
d6.
f8.
Your queen h8 check, yeah. Yeah, but queen
No, but
h8,
then
I don't
king
mind king
e7,
e7. Yeah.
g6.
Queen g6.
Yeah, just keeping it open. Queen h4 maybe.
Maybe king
Yeah,
d7
king d7,
and
king
king
c7. Yeah.
King d7, bishop a5.
There's king c6 as well, no?
Yeah, I think the difference mainly is here you see white's pieces are not as active, yeah, and black's pieces are much more alive comparatively.
Are you saying the knight on a4 is better now? Is that what you're saying?
No, the knight on b1 is
Not
actually
quite.
like not participating. That's
Yeah,
true.
true.
It is not participating, and actually a check here would be decisive. मतलब थोड़ा awkward हो जाएगा white के लिए. So actually their game has progressed, and after he has given up the e6 pawn and gone to c7 with the queen. So we can just have a look at the position.
Yeah. It kind of went along the way we predicted. Yeah, takes bishop c4, king b8, bishop into e6, and Queen C7. Nepo's wearing a mask, yeah? He's going into the superhero mode. He's going into his alter ego, the beastly Nepo. And meanwhile, quick update: the Magnus Carlsen Wesley Stowe game. Game 2 has ended in a draw. So Magnus has
Wow.
1.5, Wesley has half, and Wesley now needs to win the remaining 2 games. It's a clutch situation for Wesley in order to be able to enforce a blitz tiebreak and stay alive in this matchup for the third and fourth place.
Wow. Saj, who is your favorite player, by the way? Do you
In
have a
chess?
favorite player? Yeah, do you have a favorite player in chess?
It's difficult to say. Difficult to say. No, I don't think I have one specific player that is my favorite. But I really like the style of reports, to be honest. Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
Richard Rappo.
yeah, that's. I wouldn't say he's my favorite player, but I like his style the most out of all. Maybe Mohamed Yarov also.
Ah, okay.
What about you?
I always like name past players so that it's less
Oh, I thought we were talking about
less
like,
of pressure, you know.
I thought we were speaking about like the current,
Oh my god. So I'll
Fast
stick with
players.
Fischer and Kasparov.
didn't know that was an option, but okay.
Trick question.
Yeah.
I was very surprised with Bishop C4. You know, I was thinking he'll play Knight A3, but I think it allows D3, and that's the reason he went Bishop C4.
So Sahaj, I think as we look deeper and deeper, it more and more vindicates your earlier stance of putting the knight on E4. Yeah,
Mhm.
the knight on B1, not really able to find its way to C4, which we felt was its destined location.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
now what
mean,
if I play Knight A5? Sorry.
it's not really necessary to put the knight on c4. On c4 anymore. I mean, you're a pawn up. There's obviously other ideas too now. You don't really have to attack anymore. Is my point. So
Yeah, but you still
just
have to put your pieces on good squares. Yeah, that doesn't change. And
yeah,
B1
true,
doesn't seem great for the knight.
true. But it maybe it doesn't have to be c4. It can be, I don't know, knight d2, knight f3, something like that, or knight b3 maybe.
Yeah, so
True,
now,
true,
for
true, true.
example, after Knight A5, you take on A5 and play Knight D2.
Yeah, this is very comfortable now.
So Nepo has gone king a7, not making a direct move, which would give white easy decision. Instead, is making a move which has no apparent threat, but which prepares rook b8 in some way. This is actually quite a nice strategy, especially when you're playing with less time for each other. Then, when you make a direct threat, it's very easy to respond, and people who are in good shape, they usually manage to do it very successfully. But if you play something unexpected, which prepares something for the future, that is what is most uncomfortable when your opponent has less time. It's something which all of us can follow because quite often when the opponent has less time, the instinct is to set some tactical problem, some immediate problem, or a direct attack. And usually, when people have really less time, they are at the peak of their mental situation, and they are looking at all these possible direct threats and keeping their defense in readiness. So let's see how this game. I think either way we are going to get some good lessons. Either Anish shows some fantastic technique, or Nepo once again shows us a brilliant demonstration of how to create chances in a worse position.
Yeah. By the way, the time is equal for the first time in their match, perhaps. The time
True,
is
true. Good
I'm gonna
completely
observation.
equal.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll just be right back.
Sure.
Sure, Saj.
So Bishop E7, King B1, but Anish seems to be in control, and maybe okay. Actually, it's not clear what next, because let's say we go bishop b3, then it allows. Does it allow d3? Do we want to allow d3?
Yeah, white's next move, yeah. But yeah, I think you make a pretty valid point. If it was white to move, then what do you do? So far, Anish just played king b1. So Nepo plays rook e8, and he's exactly asking this question to Anish. And after e5, I felt the bar go down a bit.
Okay.
Committal move. I'm not entirely sure what's the direct problem, but again, yeah, I think white pawn can go to at least e6. So that's natural. Put the pawn on e6 while keep your pieces where they are at the moment.
Oh, wow. Bishop d8
Because
is. Would you play bishop d8, Shri? It's a very cool move, I think. No, I don't know if it works or not, but bishop d8 in general, like preventing f5, no?
yeah, I won't play a lot of moves that Nepo does actually. It's it's a very unique thing. It's like, there are these video games where these characters have some special skills, no other characters have those skills.
Mm-hmm.
And Nepo's skill is, creating chances in worse positions. It's like a special superpower, like how, Iron Man has this suit, the powers
Yeah.
in his suit, and all these things.
That's
And
very, very nice. He will be very happy to hear our commentary if he does after the game. But Shri, I was very surprised that Anish allowed g5. I thought he was going to play e6 after bishop d8, and maybe this is like not so bad for Nepo anymore.
no, I
I don't know
guess,
the eval
I
bar.
guess, Anish, when Nepo played rook e8, e5,
Mhm,
bishop d8, now the rook can no longer be on d8, and d3 is no longer a threat.
mhm,
So Anish sensed that he saw an opportunity,
mhm,
and you would have liked to improve the knight onto c4, right? If you had been given a chance.
mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So when he saw that opportunity, he took it, and yeah, you're right. When a side is defending, exchanging pawns is certainly useful for the defending side because
Mhm.
the more pawns get exchanged, the closer it is to a draw. But Anish had to choose. He had to choose between
Oh.
improving his pieces or keeping the pawns, and he could only do one of these due to the compulsion of only having one move per turn.
So this is going very fast. So for example, if he had played rook e5 here, it might not have worked because of rook into e5, queen d7, pinning the bishop. And after queen e7, there is knight c8, fork.
Nice, 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 nice,
Oh,
nice.
This
that's
is
so
going
nice.
really fast.
Yeah.
So that's why he played rook h8. And is this winning for white now? Like queen e6. How do you defend the knight? Knight c7, is it?
Queen to where?
He played queen e6. So if we play knight c7, there is queen c4 attacking c5 pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it
No,
winning?
I'm pretty sure it's winning because the bar is like so high on white side.
Yeah, and because if black plays queen g8 now, then we have bishop d5, queen d7, I think.
Isn't there
Call.
just queen g8 and knight b7? You're just
Even queen g8 and knight b7, and that's like more
Oh,
straightforward.
what? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Simple, yeah.
It's more
queen g8.
straightforward, yeah. Okay, so Anish is winning. Oh
Yeah, yeah.
wow.
Anish is winning. Anish is winning. There's no question about that.
And if queen g2 here, maybe that could be a move, but then still queen d7, yeah?
Still
And
knight b7.
that's still knight b7. So knight b7 is the threat. And he played bishop h4, okay?
Knight into b7 allows some queen into d2, no? Or you just don't mind it, yeah?
Yes.
Some rook c1 or
No, I saw
But
that with
then
bishop
bishop
g5.
g5, then
yeah,
bishop
bishop
g5.
g5.
Some back rank
So maybe
problems.
maybe you just defend this one move
Yeah.
and still knight into b7 is still a threat.
Or even queen
And
d7, right? Or queen...
yeah, queen d7, knight into b7. I mean, black's king side is just so totally weak. It's like a ruined castle, This position is opened up. That's why you keep these pawns in front of your king. Now that black does not have this protective cover, and whatever protective cover he has, they are also not compact.
So
Because
this
of
is...
these reasons, we have a lot of these tactical options flowing in.
I'm just
Nep-
thinking that just once you take knight b7, the black's position is going to fall apart.
Yeah, true,
Because
true,
I
true.
mean, I mean the light squares are just so weak at the moment.
yeah, and right now he's played bishop h4 and rook c1, and maybe it's just gone. Like,
Yeah, yeah, it's
how do you
definitely
feel?
gone. And if black was anyone else, then Nepo, I would simply, write off black's chances. But
No, but like seriously, like there is no move here. Okay, knight c7 maybe one move. Yeah, knight c7, but then queen
naturally,
c4.
just queen c4. Yeah,
Exactly,
I
and
think this is beyond even
this is
Nepo.
over because king b6,
Wait,
bishop a5,
what if queen e5?
queen
Knight
e5.
f7, no?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
yeah, you're right. Bishop d5. Oh no, queen c5 is a check.
also
Yeah,
knight into e5. Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. Also knight into e5. Yeah, that's the
yeah.
thing with bad positions strategically. All these concrete things they tend to not
Oh
work.
wow, this became bad very fast for Nepo. We were thinking he'll be able to defend it and stuff, and
It's a
just boom, boom,
powerful
boom.
game by Anish.
Yeah.
I have to say I'm not surprised, because if you look at the game so far in the final, uh, Anish was better in his first white game, in which uh, he kind of blended and you remember he was 2 pawns up. This was the
Yeah, yeah,
game,
of course. Yeah, yeah, I remember
and
that.
he missed this queen c3 bishop d4. Whereas in the games in which Nepo had the white pieces, so far Anish has managed to neutralize it without a lot of problems. And usually this is a good indicator, when you start creating chances on a constant basis, then a probability is that you're going to, score a goal on one of those chances. And Anish has simply been able to create more chances than Nepo so far in with the games in which he has had white, and with black he has managed to neutralize Nepo's initiative without a lot of problems.
Yeah,
So
of course. Yeah, of course. Anish is in fantastic form in this tournament. Like he's the one creating all the chances. It's amazing.
yeah, and it was the case with West in his match against Wesley as well. He had this accidental loss initially when he just blended the e4 pawn, but ever since then, he was still the guy who was creating chances in each of his white games, including against Wesley's Berlin, which seemed impregnable until that point. And with Black, he was so well prepared that he even managed to win one of those games with Black in a Grunfeld, where Wesley just completely lost his way. It was that kind of a pressure which was unbearable.
By
And
the way,
here
yeah,
I
bishop
think, yeah,
f4 is lost, right? Bishop f4,
Yeah,
bishop c7,
bishop
and queen
g
d6.
bishop g3 and then queen d6. I think that's the and now queen d6.
yeah, 26 attacking everything.
Yeah.
G3, F8, C7, and F8 at once. So bishop F4 on the board. Nepo flashes out bishop G3, and now queen D6. Oh, he just
He
takes it.
took bishop g3. He's 2 pawns up, so he probably just wants to
Yeah, it's two
For
pawns
some
up,
reason,
enjoy
and
his advantage. After knight e5, also it's like very bad.
maybe knight d6. Oh no, there's rook d8. Never mind.
queen
Played
B4. Yeah,
queen
queen B4. I was
d4.
thinking about it. Yeah, some knight
And now
D6
knight
next,
d6.
and he can even exchange everything. But I'm pretty sure he will prefer something more concrete
This
and
is
not go to
very
that end
sad.
game. So, what do you think, Sahaj? Do you think making all these chessable courses and working so much on them has a positive impact on how the author plays immediately?
Come again?
Making all these chessable courses and spending so much time and working hard on them, do you think that has a positive impact immediately on how the author plays in the next tournament?
Shaz won. Anisha's
Oh,
won. It's
definitely,
major.
definitely. I mean, I mean, in a sense, you're engaged with the, I mean, with chess for such a long period of time. I mean, each chessable course. I mean, how much time did it take you? Like just asking, like on just an estimate, how much time did it take you to create the Catalan course?
I think between 400 to 500 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's I mean, you're for that long you're engaged with chess. Obviously, that's going to have some impact on your chess, right? I mean, and I feel like every time you create a course, I mean, it improves. when I created that strategic endgames course, it was, I mean, I was seeing endgames very differently. I was able to spot like those little things that I would usually miss. I'm pretty sure I would miss them now also, because it's been some time since I created that. But but like I would say that for the first maybe 2-3 months, it had a very good impact on me. But I guess the key is repetition. Yeah.
Space repetition.
Yeah. Move trainer.
And
I got
just
that.
for our Janta, Anish has won the game and he was like in top form. Like he, did you see his reaction? He just got up and he was like, he was feeling really good about it. His body
I did
language just
not. I did not.
completely
I did not.
changed. Like it was amazing.
No,
So
but it
yeah,
would be
I think
fantastic. It would be
he's feeling good.
spectacular to see Anish, especially when this Magnus Carlsen Invitational, because he has been made so much fun of having not won a super tournament. So imagine coming into the Champions Chess Tour, and specifically a tournament which is named Magnus Carlsen Invitational, and winning that. I mean, imagine the tweets.
Hmm.
That's true.
I'm
But
so looking forward to it. I'm really, really so looking forward to it.
also in general, he's been in great form, and to just be able to play such good games makes you feel really good. He's been playing fantastic chess in this tournament. There is no doubt about it. And just before the candidates, by the way, his next tournament is going to be the candidates in April, which starts on 13th of April. So what a
Which resumes
nice
on 13th on April. 13th of April.
resumes on 13th of April. So a big confidence booster as well to play so well in this tournament just 1 month before that.
I mean, speaking of
Definitely.
that, I have a question for you, Soumya. What do you think? I think that after gaining such a like popularity in on social media for Anish, had a very like a kind of like a positive impact on
Yeah,
his chess,
yeah.
and I think that sort of shows. What are your thoughts on that?
100% agree. 100%. I think when people send you so much positivity and love, you feel their energy, man. You feel their energy and it translates into something good into your life. So I have felt it even before I felt it. And even now I feel it. And, even while watching, like when I was commenting on we were watching the online chess Olympiad together, all of us on one of the streams. And, we could just feel the energy of the people, and I think that really boosted the chances of our Indian team. I mean, obviously the full credit to the players, but this energy that you send, the positive energy that you send, it reaches people. I honestly feel it. And I think for Anish as well, I mean, not just in terms of the confidence that you receive, that so many people are supporting you, but even the energy, you feel it, you
Mm.
feel it.
Yeah, the vibes. Meanwhile, a quick update. We have the start of the third game of the second set of the matchup between Magnus against Wesley. So, Magnus having a 1 point lead and a 1 set lead. So, Wesley has to win this in order to continue this match. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Soumya. The vibes, it changes everything when you feel that. It's also something we see in other sports, yeah, like cricket or football, where a home team has that home support, the home crowd. And our Indian sports scene has been such that we have the kind of numbers where we can carry a home crowd wherever we go, the home support. And in the Indian chess, I think YouTube has been completely like an Indian stadium or an Indian environment, and the support, it really makes a difference.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a very
totally.
good point. That's a very good point.
Oh
Knight
yes, guys,
F6.
talking about the crowd support, do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sahaj, you were saying?
Yeah, knight to
I'm saying
f6.
Knight F6.
Yes,
Yeah,
Everybody
knight
voluntarily
was
going
f6.
back
Yeah,
expecting
yeah.
it.
without being provoked. Yesterday also he voluntarily went back in one of the games. I remember just queen b6 and queen c7 without playing knight c6.
Yeah, this is
And
so weird, super weird. Yeah. How do you
he just
describe
wants
it?
to get out of theory and just play his own chess.
Yeah, I
That's how I
understand.
describe it. Just
But also, I'm not entirely sure if it's completely new. Yeah, I think he might have checked it with. Sometimes when I want to check stuff without really getting too enginey,
Mhm.
I check it with a kind of weak Leela Chess Zero. And what this does is it gives you ideas of a very, very strong grandmaster, because Leela, even on a less than optimal hardware, it's still stronger than your average grandmaster. But on the other hand, it also kind of it feels like you're analyzing with a human.
Uh,
So whereas Stockfish, on the other hand, it's so incredibly strong, and it doesn't miss any of these small tactics and stuff. So you feel like you have no chance, and it's very easy to stop thinking yourself and just become hypnotized by the engine.
um, guys, I'll just be back in 5 minutes, so
Sure, sure,
please
sure. So
excuse me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So C4 E5, it's the English opening, but recently it's also called as the reverse Sicilian. Do you know that, Sahaj?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Um, obviously, but it didn't turn out to be, I think, a reverse Sicilian, because knight f6. I still don't. I'm still trying to understand the idea behind knight f6. Why pick f6 over
Okay, let's
d6?
let's put a let's just reverse it. Yeah, let's put a dragon position, because on the right side, the live board, we have
Hmm.
this bishop on g7. So this is how it began: knight f6, knight c3, and now let's say black plays dragon, and so h3 on the board. So what is white's mirror image move? Knight f3, bishop
Yeah.
g7, and now a3. No, not a3. White has to play a4. Yeah. So h3, a6, a4. This is the reverse image position. It's like a Sicilian dragon. Of course, white would have an extra tempo here, but do you feel it makes any sense to put the knight on f3 in a dragon position? Knight off, I
No,
understand, because yeah.
I mean, as a 11 fish player, I mean, I think I'm playing f4 and then knight f3 makes more sense. But I don't know. There must be. I still don't understand what the idea of knight f3 is. To be honest, I would pick knight b3 any day, um, but I'm not sure, because normally in these structures you want to play f4, right? Um, unless you're going for your normal dragon structure, then it's different.
Yeah, true. That comes with f3 and queen, bishop e3, queen d2, long castle.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but
otherwise, yeah, you want to go f4, and as black with f5. Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know what. Maybe maybe he's trying to avoid those bishop e3, bishop b6 ideas. Like in the actual English, maybe that's the idea. But I still don't understand why not play f5. But okay, he probably couldn't play f5. Yeah.
Yeah, he did not have time. F5 here. It feels loose. Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels like
but I
it's
can play
creating too
knight
many
f6.
weaknesses.
Yeah, but knight f6, bishop d6, and then it should be fine. I mean, normally you don't. I mean, you have to move the knight because white plays knight c3, and okay, you have ideas like knight e5 later in the game. But yeah, but I don't know if after f5 there is something.
More concrete. Yeah. No, it feels like it creates a lot of weakness, especially these light squares, and with black's king still in the center.
Yeah, but
It,
that's very typical in 11 fish structures as well. You just play rook b8, queen e7, bishop e6, and
but
then you
there
get
with
rid of
white,
it.
you have one tempo more. Yeah.
So how do you utilize it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Question.
It's How do I utilize it? Well, without engine, I cannot come up with something instantly. But yeah,
But
D4, something like D4 comes to mind. But yeah, the live game has moved on a bit. Knight C3, H6, A3, A5, B3, Bishop D6, and D4. D4 is a pretty natural move, breaking black center, and in the future also opening up this diagonal. Magnus castle shot, Bishop B2. This is the position on the board. I'm surprised that this is not a slightly bigger advantage for white. To me, strategically, it feels more comfortable for. It feels a bit more comfortable for white.
Yeah, no, completely. Okay, maybe the b3 pawn is a bit weak, but okay, it's not really a problem. Yeah, I mean, double fianchetto is always nice to play with. Yeah.
Yeah, true, true. When you have the bishop on g2, like how you have it in the Catalan, it always gives
Yeah.
you a lot of control.
I was waiting for that. I was just waiting for that.
And it becomes difficult for black to develop the c8 bishop also, because the bishop on g2 is constantly exerting pressure on the b7 pawn. So bishop b2 played, and at some point there's going to be some clarification in the center, either black taking on d4 or white taking on e5, and then the opening up of the position will be more useful for white. So I think black has a slightly tricky phase ahead where he has to probably be a bit accurate in order to hold the equality.
No, completely. And like, I mean, I don't know, d4 feels quite uncomfortable to me. But maybe he can just try and leave it and play bishop f5. What? How would you answer after that? Because
Right
you
now
can't
it's not possible, yeah, because b7 is hanging, right?
Oh yes,
So
yes.
I
But
take
maybe after even
everything.
then, you can still b8 and create some problems for the b3 pawn.
Right.
Because
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So how else can maybe start with some knight b5, but then you play e4, yeah?
yeah, definitely. But then maybe e4.
Yeah, even
Uh,
this feels more pleasant for white.
oh yes, knight e5. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, with a lot
Maybe
of pressure.
then instead of e4, I'll play rook e8 or queen e7. Queen e7. Yeah, queen e7 feels more natural.
Queen e7 and yeah, here
Maybe
eh,
d takes e5
yeah,
first,
d
and then
takes e5 is one of the options, yeah.
knight e5, knight
And now you
d6,
take
and
on d6, yeah, and black is left with uh, less than optimal pawn structure.
yeah, absolutely. And then you have knight d4 ideas, which definitely would be a problem in the future.
Yeah.
No, it was a gamble for sure.
Yeah, probably black has to try and no, it's not a great position for black. Um, I'm pretty sure it's pretty uncomfortable for black.
What if I play e4 here? Like, I mean, you have knight d2 and you have knight h4. Okay, knight h4, you have g5, so knight d2 probably.
Yeah,
Bishop,
94, knight
bishop
h4.
f5, yeah. Ah, knight d2. Knight d2, maybe you just take on d4, right?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
And
But it
then
still doesn't feel
Yeah,
comfortable because,
d6 and
yeah,
d4.
um, yeah,
we take
take
stakes, bishop.
bishop
What if
e5.
I play
Now
bishop
bishop
e5?
e5.
f4?
Knight f3 check
Knight
is what
f3,
she
yeah.
wants.
Yeah.
Oh, f3,
Just being tricky.
nice. Nice.
Playing for cheap tricks.
Yeah, maybe e4 you just go knight e1 because you don't want to. I mean, this pawn is weak, and if you can get knight c2 and knight e3, this should be strategically better for white.
Yeah, I see you really like positions or moves like these. Yeah, for in the first game it was knight b1, now it's knight e1.
Well, yeah, why not? I mean, if you can keep control as white.
Yeah, no, completely.
But but do you think it's like so bad for black? I don't think so. Like after bishop f5, like I think black is okay, no?
I think these positions can become dangerous for black very quickly because because of the control that white exerts. If black is not able to find an active way of
Maybe Queen D7. Sorry,
Queen D7,
sorry,
Knight E3.
sorry, Sri. What were you saying? No, I
No,
wanted
if
to
black
say.
doesn't find a way to keep his position active,
Mhm.
it can go wrong for black pretty quickly, because I think strategically white is just a bit more pleasant.
Mhm.
In here, I mean, I will consider 94 bishop e4. Okay.
And giving up the exchange.
Yeah. The English bishop or the light bishop looks quite strong to me. It still feels quite comfortable. Like I wouldn't really be about the exchange.
Okay,
Yeah, true.
makes sense.
But yeah, I think e4 is a pretty logical move from black. And yeah, although it's slightly more pleasant for white, but if black manages to achieve this activity like this Queen D7 Bishop H3, that's the way to try and equalize. I think black really has to be active and concrete.
Yeah, I have an idea. So what if instead of 91, I go knight h4 and g5 and then knight takes e4?
Yeah. These things are quite normal. And E4 is on the board by Magnus, so he has played E4. So let's see how Wesley responds. Wesley is one of the best strategic players around. He's very good at keeping control. He immediately plays knight d2, knight into
And knight
d4.
D4 on the board.
So he's probably going to take e4, takes. We are going to get this position with bishop e5, which we just discussed. And yeah, bishop e5, and
Yeah, hope
and
for
now I
some
think
cheap
white just has to find a way to protect this bishop.
King H1
Meanwhile,
is a move.
true.
H1, I
Quick
can see
update,
knight.
and apologies in advance for interrupting, but the Anish game has begun. The game 3. It's another knight off with bishop g5, and I just wanted to quickly bring this in, because if we don't, the game might be over.
Hmm.
No,
We
I
have
think
seen a few
Nepo
games of
is.
Anish which ended like even before I had time to change the game.
That's true, but Shri, actually, it is a very important, decisive, critical game for Nepo because he's white and it's his last white in the match, and he needs to. I mean, he would like to make the most of it. So
Yeah, and
it's going to be a long game, I think.
so far we have had a repeat of the game 1 until queen e1, and h6 and bishop h4 is a new addition.
Mhm.
So h6, bishop h4, and bishop b7 on the board. Slightly different from their game 1, which began with short castle, bishop d3, bishop b7, and queen g3. So h6 and bishop h4, new addition, and that's a good sign for Anish, because it shows that he has clearly come prepared. And let's see who wins the first battle, the opening battle. Knight c5 on the board.
Maybe rook g1 here.
Rook g1.
is enough. Yeah, why not?
I would
No, I
go
mean, yeah.
the
Sahaj, you were
rook
saying
even.
something?
I'm saying I would go g4 straight.
You would go g4 straight.
Such aggressive players around me. Jan took knight to c5
We're
first.
playing poison pawn, man. Come on, I don't think we have a choice here.
He just took on c5 and went e5, so it's something he has checked maybe.
No, with
He's
Nepo,
playing
I
very
wouldn't
fast.
assume it so quickly. Anish has definitely checked this. Nepo, he wants to try and get knight d6 here, yeah? No, he took knight into d5.
No, because
Bishop into
f4 was
d5.
hanging. Yeah, because f4 was hanging. Knight into
Yeah,
d6.
true. But I felt that it was one way of trying to spice the game up. Instead, he has exchanged everything. So we are in this structure. It's an interesting structure. It's quite symmetrical, but maybe a bit easier for white to open up black's king side than the opposite.
I mean, I think the
Oh my
difference
God.
would be the d6 square, right? Once you exchange the bishops, the rook will come to d6, the other rook will come to d1. And okay, like ideally speaking, white is playing for two results, right?
Right.
White can
True.
always, I mean, liquidate and just exchange all the pieces and just go for a draw if things don't go, um, his way. But I think
Yeah, yeah,
d6,
yeah, true.
yeah, I would like to retract my comment about the poison pawn because now it seems like you have to play strategically here.
But he's on B4 and very, very fast. He took the decision really fast. So he probably checked it as well.
Yeah, with Anish, yeah, it looks like he really has worked out the knight off with black.
The, what could be the idea after AB? The idea is AB4, rook B4, bishop D5, ED5, rook D5, and queen B7. Nice.
Yes, yes, Soumya.
Good stuff.
Yes. Attacking both B2 and D5 at once. So he went
Looks like
A4
A4. He wants to keep
and
position.
now maybe just go B3. Good interjection by Anish to play this B4 and B3. It's very concrete and very strong, very high level chess, I think.
He's not going for that. I mean, after bishop e4, queen e4, those type of structures, because obviously, this is easier because here he retains some chance of of winning the game. I think if he takes bishop e4, then black has very little chance of actually winning.
Yeah, but here after B3, it looks like black is the one with the initiative, no? Because
Yeah,
white goes C3, you can already come in with queen D7 and queen into A4.
yeah, completely.
I
But
think the idea is to take on B3. He's going to take on B3 if black plays B3.
But then the
Because
same thing, no? Rook into B3
No,
and
now
then...
queen D2. No, bishop D5, take, and rook comes back to D2.
But you can start with rook into B2 check.
Yeah, you can. This position. Yeah,
King into B2, queen B7 check, and
yeah, that's true.
and then black casual shot and white's king is totally ripped open.
But he's thinking, so let's see. B3, rook B3.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to calm himself down because this game might be the game which decides the winner of this tournament. Let's see. I'm not sure who's the one more excited, Anish or his Indian YouTube fans. So B3 on the board, and how do you defend as white? Any ideas, guys? I mean, B3 is not yet on the board, but yeah, I think he's going to play B3
He's been thinking.
because
Yeah.
if he has played B4, then it's only logical to follow it up with B3. That's the reason why I feel so sure about it. No, it makes sense to think a bit once you're a bit out of your preparation because when you're playing what is in your preparation, you're basically just blitzing things out, right? And when the first move you go out of preparation, a lot of people make mistakes because they continue at the same tempo when they actually don't know what is going on. So I think it's quite useful when just the move that you run out of preparation, it's useful to take a pass and just study things a bit. And we do have B3 on board after a 2 minute thing by Anish. So I think he was just setting himself up, calming down, and switching from uh, recall mode to taking decisions with calculation mode, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, it seems that like white doesn't have a choice. What could he play? Like C3 looks very weird. C4 looks weird as well. Will you take a bishop C4 or what will you play for C4 here, for example? C4, bishop C4, bishop C6, king F8, rook D7
Oh,
company.
C4 is a nice merge. But C4, can you just ignore it and go queen D7? But
C4,
yeah, it
queen
looks
D7.
yeah,
No. I can just
take and
take.
your king escapes, yeah.
I was
Play
thinking
king
queen
C1.
c2.
Oh, you can
Yeah.
play. You can take and play king c1, is it? But then queen c4 check, and then king d2. Yeah, right. Sorry, is it on the board or am I just making moves in the air? Yeah, now pawn into pawn, maybe, and bishop. Now queen f4 and bishop d3, queen f4, queen e3.
Yeah, but
This
this doesn't
should be
look so
okay.
trivial, no? The c4, queen d7 move. Of course, there has to be some justification, but the reason is because after bishop into c4, bishop c6 check, king f8, rook d7,
Rook
this
d7.
doesn't feel right for black.
Queen is almost trapped.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I think b3, maybe c4 is the critical move. And
Mhm.
here
Well,
black has to make a decision.
He
Yeah,
took
Saj?
c into b3.
no, but even if you play c4, I mean, I think bishop
Takes
b4,
and
queen castle
short castle,
seems
no?
logical. You have rook b4, so you're not just playing against a d6 square anymore. You also, I mean, black also has some counterplay.
Yeah, true. I think you're completely
Um,
logical. I think this
yeah,
would have been the simplest solution.
but you are attacking after rook d6. Now you're attacking a6, right?
a5.
A5, or
a5.
even if you take rook into a6, I don't think you're keeping that pawn for long, no? Like, let's just, for example, takes and rook b4. You're not really keeping this for long, no? Rook on e6
Yeah.
cannot stay there forever. And you won't be able to reinforce your protection of a4 with another rook. And the open a file combined with this b3 pawn, it really feels very,
Dangerous.
yeah, oh, white.
True. But he has taken c into b3 in the game. Huh? So
Yeah,
all
he
of
has taken
our
c into b3. So I think rook into b3 is set to follow with the idea of queen b7. This is
maybe
better for black,
it's
I think.
very strange that he's allowed this. Is he okay with a draw?
I think by now he should be, Nepo should be, because I think black clearly has the initiative.
Because he has to take bishop d5. Now, what else can he do here? He
Yeah,
cannot
he has.
leave the monster bishop on d5 and come back bishop c2. It doesn't make sense. So he has to take and then rook into and rook into
Then
d5, rook into b2. That's it.
this looks better for black now.
Definitely.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
position, anything white plays, it looks better for black. Short castle and rook b8 coming in so fast.
Yes, once black castles, I mean, black is completely out of danger, and only black can create chances. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bit difficult to play to find. I'm just curious, why is he thinking before rook b3? Do you think he's considering castle?
oh,
Uh,
he could be actually Serge, but why would he?
yeah, I think rook into b3 retains more options. Yeah, so it's a good question. Why is he thinking for rook
No, I mean,
into
castle
b3 here?
allows him to play bishop b3, I guess. So
Maybe
I
he's
don't know.
thinking about why Nepo allowed this and just checking, like just rechecking. Because castle, well, after castle, you can still like take on d5 and maybe protect your b3 pawn.
Yeah, no. Rook into b3 is like I think the only move here
Yeah,
worth
maybe I'm being.
consideration. So why is he spending time on this again? I think if I had to guess, which might not be a very good guess because I'm not really in the player's zone, but if I had to guess, then he's probably trying to steady himself before going for the kill.
I think b3 was going for the kill, no?
True,
It's like
true.
the only move here because
Oh, do you want to have a quick look at Wesley versus Carlsen because they have exchanged queens?
Sure.
Magnus is leading the match by 1 point, so Wesley needs to at least win 2 games. So he needs to win this one and the next one in order to force this tiebreak. Otherwise, if they draw this one, even then the match is over because Magnus won the first match of the final yesterday.
Yeah.
This looks completely fine for black. Bishop g4, rook b1, bishop e5. Does f4 work? Is he
Yeah, it
considering
looks completely fine for black.
black? No.
True, completely agree. And f4 can perhaps also be met by bishop e2. Yeah,
Bishop e2 or even bishop d6 is okay actually.
true. Oh, by the way,
Ah,
guys, rook into b3
yes.
was on the board, and here Anish took, Nepo took with the rook, not with the bishop.
So
He took
that was
rook
his
into
idea.
d5,
Rook into d5, e d5, bishop d5,
rook b4, e6. So
rook
he's creating
b4,
his counter chances.
e6. Ooh, we completely missed this.
Yeah. It makes a lot more sense practically. And now after f into e6, bishop into
Bishop
e6 is probably
e6.
forced. And
Right.
here
What?
Anish has to, what if he just plays, so then white plays f5 and cements this bishop on e6, yeah?
Right.
So Anish
Yeah,
has to
but
now,
why
yeah,
not just f5 or something?
After
F5 looks like,
e6?
yeah, it looks. Oh, bishop c6 check is there. Okay, I was thinking you can just castle, but yeah, bishop c6 looks
yeah, then the
dangerous.
king gets stranded. So I think, yeah, the biggest challenge for black here is to decide how he brings his h8 rook into the game. If he can find that, he's going to be completely fine. But if he's unable to solve that problem, then it can actually be white who is on the driver's seat. So how do we solve this problem? I think f into e6 is forced, yeah, because otherwise bishop c6 check is a threat, and that wouldn't be ideal for black to have the king boot. Black cannot castle shot because after e into f7 check, the queen is lost because of the discovered attack, and after rook into f7, queen into e7, the rook on f7 is pinned, so this doesn't help, and because of this reason, I think f into e6 is forced. White takes with the bishop because white wants to keep the queens on the board. And here bishop c6 check is not effective because of king f7. The king comes out, the king is safe on f7. Black gets rook b8 in, and if black gets a couple of attackers onto b2, then it's game over for white. So white has to take bishop into e6, and this has happened in the game. So now what do we do? How do we get this rook out into the game? Is the
It's
question
actually
that
a really cool idea by Nepo. I'm very impressed.
Yeah,
I mean, we
very.
completely missed it. And this is really nice. Like he needs to win this game. This is only white and he's just taking his chances. That's very cool. Very cool.
definitely he has managed to create chaos very successfully. And here it's not. Here maybe black should just take the pawn on f4. Yeah, take the greedy way, and
Um,
Mhm.
then try to.
Amulek,
Yeah,
sorry, Amulek, if you take rook f4, then isn't queen e5 working? I'm sorry. Like I think rook e5 doesn't work in this position
now
because
rook
of queen
f8
e5.
because queen b8 I can meet with queen d8
But rook
and
d1 I will play, no?
rook. Oh, okay. I cannot play rook
And
f1
then
because
you
of
can
queen
play
b8
Oh,
rook
check.
rook d4.
d4 maybe. Yeah, you can play rook d4.
Yeah. Queen f6 has been played by Anish, by the way.
Yeah, queen f6 was the move I was considering. Actually, it looks really strong, no? But because queen e2 allows rook into b2. It doesn't, is it? No, it does. Queen into e6, and then you give up that rook and you give a perpetual here. King f7 maybe, and
True. I'm not sure if this
No, no, you can
gets
take
into a
f4.
perpetual, but you can always take on h1.
No,
Yeah.
you can take on f4. Queen d3, queen e3, queen f4.
Yeah.
That's all.
yeah,
Also that.
yeah.
True.
So here he needs to move the bishop, and the question is where before he can support b2 basically. Maybe
Yeah, tricky decision because if you go this side, then the black king runs from d7, and if you go this side, then the black king runs from f7.
right.
And after he gets the rook onto b8, it's going to be very tough for white to defend against this.
I think Anish is feeling very comfortable. I mean, he's a bit like he's thinking, but looking at his body language, he looks very comfortable.
I don't know. I would not be comfortable here. There's so many checks.
Really? But
There's
I
so
think
many
Queen f6 solves a lot of problems, no? Because you can even take Rook f4 next to actually. Like let's say White plays b3 and stuff.
Yeah, b3 was what was played.
Then Rook f4 here, like doesn't work.
Better version of rook into f4. Yeah, this is.
Mm-hmm.
But now let's say I do some bishop c4 check, then just queen e7.
No, King d7, I thought,
Yeah, maybe king d7 also works.
and bringing the Rook to d4 as a blockade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
once the
yeah,
rook
yeah.
is out on h8, black is completely fine. But
True,
just before
true,
then,
true.
I'm not comfortable here.
Yeah, these moves are tough to find. What these players are, the moves they are making. I think maybe white just keeps things as they are. Yeah. So rook f2 is also a threat with the idea of queen b2. I was considering queen e2, but rook f2. Yeah, and apart from this, oh, I found a nice idea. What would you do if I play g3 here?
You want me to play Rook f2? Wait, let me see your
Oh.
idea once.
Yeah. Rook f2, and now bishop f5 check wins this rook. Yeah, it picks up the rook.
Nice.
So
But he took
g3, where does the rook go though?
I
mean,
wanted to go to d4, honestly. Like that was my idea. But then
sorry.
Rook f1 you will play.
Yeah, rook f1. Yeah. And queen g6 check is met by bishop f5.
So queen g5 is sort of.
Sahaj, you were saying something?
No, I was just saying that he played queen f4 already on the.
Yeah. He
Oh,
played
he
queen
played
f4.
queen f4.
Yeah. Because I
Oh,
think rook into
just-
f4 is dangerous for this reason. Yeah.
Looks a bit
So queen into
dangerous.
f4. Now the idea is queen e4 check. But this
But
also looks
bishop
dangerous for black.
c4 Yeah, bishop c4, king d8 is the point, not king d7.
Yeah,
But
queen
maybe even
f5 check.
king d7.
Queen e6 now.
Queen e6 with the idea to play rook d1 check. This
Queen
looks
d2?
dangerous.
Queen d2?
Yeah,
Queen
queen d2. Queen
d2.
d2 is nice. Bishop d5, queen d3.
No, this
Bishop
feels
d4,
it
queen
feels it feels a bit risky for black. Yeah, let's say I continue rook e1. I'm attacking you with 3 pieces. You're defending only with 2.
But I
no,
can
rook
always
d4.
take rook c4, no?
Yeah, rook c4 is and some perpetual.
Yeah, rook c4 and some perpetual. True.
Or I could also go, like I could wait for one move and I could play king e7 first, like after rook e1.
King c7, yeah.
King
But
c7, sorry. King c7 first. So what is
Now
that?
and you
queen
want to go.
f7 check.
Yeah, this looks so super scary.
Yeah, and now king b8. Like just wait and now like take rook c4 when it's necessary, not when it's not necessary.
You want to keep your best move in reserve, yeah. Bishop c4 check, king d8, queen e6 on the board. Let's see how this goes.
Ooh, this is heating up. This is already heated up actually. Okay. This is going to be a very cool game, no matter the result.
Yeah, true.
It's a lot of fun to watch, to calculate.
So rook d1
Not to
check is
play.
the immediate threat now. And after queen d2, here I feel white should have one of some nice move, yeah. Some nice move that does not all. Rook e1 actually looks like the move to me because you really have to stop this rook e8 from coming. And
I'll just
here,
take c4 now.
yeah, I think takes on c4 is the safest thing to do because king c7, I think here there should be some check which is problematic. Queen e5 check
Queen
maybe.
e5 maybe, yeah, because king b7 allows bishop d5.
Just queen into g7 check here.
No, but yeah, okay. Yeah, that's also good.
Yeah, I think this should win for white because
I think it's a mate.
Yeah,
I think
it's
there's a mate.
yeah,
Must
king
be a mate.
b6.
yeah,
Yeah, this is a mate.
b6 and queen c7.
And if king goes anywhere else, then the
Just
h8
take
rook
the
gets
rook.
taken with check. And rook e1, king c7. Yeah, I think king c7 is dangerous because of queen e5 check. But after rook into c4, if it's a draw, then this will definitely be the direction in which the game goes.
So rook into c4, b into c4 is the first move we consider. Queen, up b, queen b4 check, king c2.
But why not queen d3 check? That's just a perpetual, no?
Yeah, true. Just
Oh, it's
doesn't allow
just a
the king out.
perpetual. After
Yeah,
king
yeah.
b2, queen d2, king b3, queen d3.
Yep.
And after king c1, queen c3,
Yeah.
king d1, queen d3. Oh, this is cool.
Yeah,
So you
just
just
don't
keep
allow
giving
this king
checks.
to c2 at all. You don't have to calculate all those extra lines. And rook, rook e1, rook into c4. If this is a draw, then Yan has to find something other than rook e1, yeah? But black is threatening rook e8 himself. And if black kind of gets all his pieces out, maybe he has to play queen g4 here.
Queen g4, idea rook d1.
But now you
Nice.
have queen d3 check.
Nice.
That's tough.
Okay, queen g4. I'll bite the bait. h5.
No, but yeah, I mean, even this should be okay.
Which
But
way
then
you
queen
saw
f3, yeah.
Queen f3. Yeah.
So if white has white has time to organize his pieces first, then black is going to be in huge trouble.
But just rook e8 and rook d1, then just rook e1. I know it looks very risky, but
Oh my god, queen f8, but nothing. Yeah, queen f8, king d7.
check is
So Sahaj,
I mean-
you're like, I know it's risky, but it's not my game, yeah.
King d7.
yeah, exactly. King d7, I guess.
Oh my god.
In my game, I would never go for this. No. I mean, I would not in a rapid game at least. I mean, I would think for a very to be sure here.
Yeah, this looks okay actually somehow, right? Queen f7, king d8 back. And if bishop e6, king into e6, queen e8, king d6.
Unbelievable defense. Anish has gone for queen d4 with the same idea, not allowing rook d1. But the queen in the center, it just controls a few more pieces. But on the other hand, after rook e1, you don't have
e1.
rook into c4 now.
Yeah.
You don't have a perpetual after rook into c4.
No,
So rook
after rook
e1,
into
maybe
c4, why don't
Anish.
you have a perpetual?
It's the same queen d3 check, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
but no. You have queen b6 check here.
But it's the same,
king-
no? King d7,
Queen b7 check.
king d8.
Okay. I was plan. I wanted to take on a6 with a check, and then take the queen. Sorry, the rook. But I don't think it's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
So rook e1, if there is still this idea of rook into c4, which is working, then
Can I play king c2 here, or then you'll play rook e8? Right.
yeah,
King
yeah,
c2
yeah,
is a blunder.
yeah. It's a very time is a very important factor here.
Right.
The board. Oh, by the way, quick update in the other game between Magnus and Wesley. Magnus has managed to draw the game, and Magnus has secured the third place officially. So Magnus is third, and Wesley is fourth in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Getting back.
Congratulations to Magnus for really enjoying his games in this match and winning the match against Wesley.
Yeah, absolutely. Some brilliant games, especially the
First game will
first
be
game,
like
yeah.
in books. It's going to be in the books.
Well, I'm not sure if it will be in books, but it will certainly be in Chessable courses. Chessable has some of these highlights of the Champions Chess Tour, which is also free for everyone, by the way.
Oh,
Sahaj, do you have a link?
By the way, it is.
Yeah, it is free for everyone, and there is no cheese, no bake.
I mean that game is on Chessable.
Oh, it's already there, is it?
It should be. I'm not exactly sure when, but I know it's going to be. Obviously, it's going to be. It was a. You meant the first game, right? Between it was white, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Who annotates these courses? Is it Simon Williams? I forgot.
No, it's Shanklin, I think.
Oh,
Oh, the Champion Chess Tour highlights, yeah? Yeah. You should check it out, guys. You should check it out.
wow.
Sahaj, the publishing manager of Chessable, will post the link in the chat. So Queen D4 on the board, and
Queen d4 also looks strong because rook c4 is coming anyway.
yeah, true. Queen D4, between Queen D2 and Queen D4, Queen D4 looks like it keeps more things under control. And now after Rook E1, maybe you can even go King C7, which was earlier not possible because of Queen E5 check and Queen into G7, right?
Right.
But now you can do this and get the king to b8, or bring on the rook. Still looks scary after queen into a6, but usually you can set up a defense with rook d8. So if queen a7, then rook b7, and if rook a7, then rook d7.
I would be wary because after rook d7, queen d7, queen c5, the variation you showed, I have like 2 pawns.
Yeah. But okay, I might not mind this. No, all the major pieces are out.
Because, but bishop d5, I mean, I'm a little awkward suddenly
A5 6.
about
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah. You should specify that sound.
Yeah. Like suddenly, like maybe there is like queen d1, queen d2 coming in, but still, like just like bishop d5 here, for example, and I already don't know what's happening. Maybe queen f5 and it's okay.
Yeah.
But queen d4 makes sense actually. Like this rook e1, rook c4 idea, if it works, then it's really strong and just solves all of black's problems.
True. It should be working, I think, looking at the time the players are spending. I think this would have been what Anish worked out when he was spending so much time on Queen D4.
Right.
And now Jan is also probably worried about this.
Right.
I mean, normally in these positions, you sort of want to avoid the most direct way to, sort of equalize. So maybe rook c1 instead of rook e1.
But rook e8, na Sahaj, that was the
Then queen
problem.
takes a.
Yeah, Sahaj is completely right. Nepo has to try and keep the game going some way or another. He has taken queen into a6. Rook e8 played almost instantly by Anish. And rook e2 is not a threat, or is it a threat? Because rook into b3 after bishop into e2.
Yeah, definitely, I think
It is a threat. It is a threat.
So even rook e2 is a threat now. And if Jan is not careful, then it can suddenly go
Yeah,
the
but
other way.
Also, your queen a5, just king c8, is it? What are you doing for queen a5? Because king c8, queen a8 check. And then king d7. Then king d7 and
Bishop
b5
b5 check
work.
is met by rook into b5.
But
You can
queen
still
a7,
continue. Yeah.
but then there is this perpetual here, yeah? After, or there must be, or no, there isn't.
Yeah, queen d2 and
Yeah,
queen
there
b4.
is.
Yeah.
There is.
You probably should go king d8 maybe, because king d6 can be met by queen e6 check, but eventually I think black stays under control.
Yeah, also white's king is also very exposed. I mean, it's not just black's king that is exposed. So
True. Also, queen a5 check, king d7. If a bishop b5 check probably shouldn't work here, because again, once I move the king, if you're not able to take on e8 with a check, then black is coming back here. But maybe you can, yeah, queen a6 check and queen c6
queen
check.
b6 check, man. Queen b6.
Oh yeah, queen b6 check even stronger. True.
by the way, he's played rook f1.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was thinking. Because against rook e2, you want to have threats like rook f8, although not immediately. But okay, maybe queen a8 check and then no, queen a8 check and rook f7 is just lost, I think.
Okay, but even rook f8 was working, no, Sahaj?
King e7.
Queen e6. Queen e6. Yeah. Rook is on e2. That's why I was thinking king f8
queen f7
and
check.
Queen a7 check, right? Because king f8, queen f7 checkmate is
there. Yeah.
This is brilliant. Brilliant lines. I'm happily watching the lines and drawing arrows. Kind of like how Virat Kohli was yesterday watching all these non-strikers smash the bowlers.
Rook F1 is brilliant, man. Rook
Yeah, Queen
F1
E4
is
check played.
brilliant. Okay.
Is this a draw though? How? I mean,
King
I
B2?
know
No, King B2 maybe, no?
King B2 and can I take Rook into C4 here? Maybe. Oh no, but the A pawn in the I think this should be okay because the king is
Queen's...
quite close to the A pawn in a rook endgame.
Okay, right.
Then why
This
not
is
take
yeah,
Rook C4 immediately?
No, because Rook E2 is not a check. That's why. Queen into C4. Why do
Yeah,
you take?
Rook E2 is not a check. After
But I can
takes
still
takes.
play Rook E2. It should still be a very easy draw.
Yeah, hard to argue against that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe yeah, it's hard to argue against that.
But yeah,
No,
game
maybe
goes on here.
G3.
Rook F5 and Rook into
Okay,
G2,
Yeah,
Rook into
Rook
C5,
H2.
Rook into H2, and now A5 and A6 and Rook A5 coming in. This can get nasty.
Yeah, good point. But maybe I won't play Rook G2 immediately. I don't have to play that.
First, bring your king, yeah?
Yeah, King C7, King B6.
No, but then after Rook into C5, if you go King
Yeah, Rook
B6,
B2.
Rook B5 check and Rook B2 is there.
Yeah, you have Rook B2.
And if
Missed
you
that.
go King D6, then your king is again far away, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Now Rook
Rook
C8
B5,
is yeah, Rook
yeah.
B5 is over.
But Queen E4 is just like more convenient, right? Like you get Rook E2 with a check.
Yep,
So I'm
yep.
thinking maybe after Queen E4, King A1, because
Queen
this
D4
sort of
back.
King A2.
Now Rook into C4, yeah?
Now Rook C4.
Okay. Maybe takes and King. Okay, you're gonna give a perpetual there. Rook E2, Rook E3, yeah?
He has played King A2, so let's see
King
what Anish
A2.
does. Whether he takes
Rook
Rook into
C4 he has
C4.
taken immediately. So Queen into C4 is forced because if you give Rook D1 check, there is Rook D4 intermissive.
Oh yeah, he has taken Rook into C4. So we were right. We were right
Um,
all along. And now after takes, Rook E2 check, King moves, Rook into G2. And this king is quite near to the A pawn.
No,
So
but why Rook G2? You can just play Rook E3, Rook E2, right?
yeah. Rook E3 check might be even stronger. True. You keep giving these checks, the king cannot advance, and now you have to take Rook into G2 at some point.
Yeah.
So White wants to.
Yeah, Anish will hold this.
Yeah, this looks good.
Great.
Yeah.
Very
Actually,
interesting game.
once you take the H2 pawn, and even without the H6, G7 pawns, it should be a draw.
True.
Because it's A and C pawn.
A and C pawn, yeah.
Yeah. So if this becomes a draw, then Anish only needs to make one more draw with the white pieces to seal the deal and become the champion of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. But honestly, it's not easy to do that, even with the white pieces, even for Anish. So let's see. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for things.
Yeah, it's going to move a lot quickly now because time.
Yeah, he has
Okay.
played it. He doesn't seem happy with it though. He's like, okay, I have to do this, so I'm doing this. Now, Rook E3 check probably. Yeah, Rook E3 check on the board. Also, let's see how Jan responds. Whether whether he continues to repeat or tries to go for a win. I think he will repeat because it can be pretty dangerous to overextend here. Yeah, so they are repeating, and we are probably going to have a draw here. Or maybe not. Let's see.
I mean, you always repeat once to see if your opponent is, okay with the draw or not, and then you sort of think again.
Yeah, true, true. But here it just gives 20 extra seconds for Anisha in the question, where he has only 3 minutes in the first place.
I mean, to be honest,
Okay,
I
he
mean, a
split
lot
king
of us,
c2.
I
Sorry?
myself am guilty of doing that many times.
Yeah. Uh,
Do you think king b3 now?
maybe king
I think
d3.
he'll
Yeah,
play
yeah,
king.
yeah. He'll play
So
king
he'll
d3.
play
Yeah, yeah.
king d3. But it's rook f7 and rook
No, but in the end,
h2.
it's going to be a
Rook
draw in
a
any case. Yeah. Rook into h2, rook into g7, rook a2.
rook a2 and push the h pawn.
So then he'll play rook a7. Yeah, and then push the h pawn as.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Jan will try this, but he will try to do it in a way that he doesn't risk anything. Which is
I don't
kind of
like
yeah.
the h pawn
Which
actually. I
is
like king
possible.
c8.
Yeah, king c8, king b8 is actually better because king d5, king comes to d5, yeah, white king.
Yeah.
Rook
But
a7.
okay, anyway, that will also be a draw. h5 king,
Without the
Yeah,
pawn
no,
is
I
also
think you have to push the pawn, no?
like h5
no,
king
king c8.
e4.
Oh, he just goes king e4 here. He didn't play rook a7.
Mhm.
Okay, but this is a draw, guys. Rook into a4, king d5. Of course, it's a draw. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
let's fill it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Rook a6 on the board, king into c5, king c8, and rook h7. Just move the rook to g6.
Go on, play. I was hoping h5, man.
I also
So,
thought
guys,
h5.
even without the hedge pawn, there's a draw because when you have a cutoff on the sixth rank like this against the c pawn, what happens is when white plays c6 in order to advance the king to threaten mate against the king on c8, then black starts to check the king from behind rook e1 and rook b1, and white cannot escape this avalanche of checks. So this is a defensive technique against the bishop pawn, or pawns in general, in the rook and pawn versus rook end games.
They have agreed to a draw, so Anish is leading the match with one round to go, and he will have the white pieces as well. So tough road ahead for Nepo to equalize and force a tiebreak.
Yeah, I'll just be back in a moment. I'll just let you hold, engage with the
Yes.
chat.
I had a question for the chat. There was someone, Begzor Julbekov, who wrote in Russian. I mean, the script was Russian. I don't know which language is it. It reads Salom Hamaga. What does it mean? I can read it, but I don't know what it means. So can you please tell us, all of us who don't understand Russian, what it means? Thank you. I also used like Google Translate to translate it, but it didn't translate to anything. So I was like, okay. So, Sahaj,
Checking that now.
you're checking?
Oh no, I was trying the same thing to see. Yeah.
You're checking translate, yeah. And chat, कैसा चल रहा है? So today, actually, the Champions Chess Tour will get over. And what's your plan now, Sahaj? Maybe we can talk a little bit about what you have been up to.
Yeah, sure.
So
I just finished my degree. So I'm done
in
with my
what subject?
digital media and communication. So yeah,
Okay.
that's what
That's
I did.
awesome.
Yeah, and I just finished that. So I moved to Johannesburg now, in the main city. So I moved basically like 1 week ago. So
Oh, you moved like 1 week ago. That's
yeah, just now.
How do you like it?
I don't think it's even been a week. Yeah, it hasn't been a week yet. It's been like 5 days. Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, I'm from Delhi, so I'm used to things being available like all the time. And then when I went to Port Elizabeth, it's like a very small town, so obviously it's a bit different, yeah. So
Yeah.
now Johannesburg is a lot like Delhi, which I really like.
I have been to Port Elizabeth. We played the Commonwealth there in
Yes, yes.
2013, 14 or 13. Which was the year?
13. It was
13,
2013.
yeah. And it was amazing for me. Going to South Africa was a mind-blowing experience because first of all, the people, they are so warm and kind. I was so shocked to receive so much kindness. It was amazing. Like I had not experienced so much kindness ever. And I was like, what? Like people don't even know you, but if you're in trouble, they'll just completely go out of their way to help you. At least that was my experience. And also the fact that you get to see so many animals and you get to play with lion cubs. Oh my god, that was like, where else can you do this?
We saw a white lion here, which was
me
amazing.
too, I played
Yeah.
with a white lion when I went there, and it was so nice. Like it was like this height, like a dog, but it was a lion cub. It was 7 months old. It was amazing, man.
Yeah, I don't think now that lion will look like a dog. Yeah.
Now it
No,
won't be
not.
so friendly for sure. Now it will be like, go away. Or please stay here. I'm going to eat you up for my dinner. So, yeah. Amazing place. South Africa is like truly amazing.
Yeah, I'm
That
back. Just didn't want
Hi
to.
Shri.
Hi. It was so nice to
Welcome
see
to
your
the show.
enthusiasm, Soumya.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Serge.
Thank
Thank you.
And we have a reply from Begzor Julbeko. He says it's hello. Okay, hello. Hi. In which language though? It's not Russian for sure. We are learning languages, Shri. Like we have a foreign guest in our chat, and he wrote something in Russian script, and we asked him what it means. So he says it's hello. And
Oh,
we're
interesting,
just finding out where he's from,
interesting.
basically.
It's a he, is it?
I'm assuming from the first name, but can't be very sure. Usually, like in Russian or like in these countries, if it's a girl's name, it's like R, right?
Yeah, true.
Like
Yeah.
Although I'm not a
Begzota,
big
maybe.
expert here.
Like just by like experience, I'm just thinking aloud. I don't know.
I mean, it's the same in India also, no?
Yeah, in
Like
India as well, of course.
Soumya,
Soumya or E in the
Tanya.
end. But in Russia, especially, I'm thinking of a girl whose name ends with E, and I can't think of it.
in India, I can think of one.
Yeah. In India, Nandini,
I
Bhakti.
was thinking of Padmini, man. Come on.
Yeah, so
I
many,
call
so
her
many.
Paddu, so I'm like Padmini is like Padmini is like a very like when I'm angry, I'm like Padmini. Even then, I actually don't get angry with her at all. So doesn't happen. Yeah.
By the way,
Padmini
guys,
Bhakti.
what do you imagine will be the opening of the last game? What would your predictions be? Chat, you can also indulge in the predictions game. I think it will be 1 e4 by Anish because that's what he has been playing throughout the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. But curious if Nepo will stick to his timino or make some changes in between. So feel free to guess the opening of
In
Nepo's.
Anish's game?
Yeah, the final game.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it will be a time enough because Anish won a great game in the second round, and Nepo would like to surprise. So,
I mean, even if it is a time on of Anish wouldn't play G4.
Yeah, he wouldn't play bishop b3 and g4, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's probably going to go g3, which is the one of the safer lines against the diamond.
I was thinking bishop b3, bishop d3 also. Like that is also pretty.
Yeah. But Anish, he really knows his stuff really well. He's very good at, like for example, when he had to make this draw against Wesley, against e4, e6, d4, d5, the typical opening to play for a draw would be to take e into d5. Yeah, but in Anish's case, he went e5 and he was so totally in control.
yeah,
In the
actually, I was
advanced
also
variation.
thinking of French, but exactly, I also remembered this game against Wesley, and then I was like, okay, maybe not. And also the fact that you can simply take e into d5.
Yep. Anish hasn't yet won. There's still one more game, and Anish simply has to not lose this with the white pieces to win this tournament. But these things can be the hardest thing to do. The last round, where you have to not lose. You manage to pull these things off many times, but then there are those cases where you don't by sheer probability. And when that happens, it's like one of the worst feelings in the world. So you always tend to feel a little bit of anxiety before such games.
Yeah, I mean, my coach always used to say that, you should never play for a draw, like in these situations. Because if you play for a draw, then you're making it very easy for your opponent, because you're not thinking about winning at all. So, like, even though you need a draw, don't play for one, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't play for a draw, but you're open to the opportunity, and if you see one which leads to a draw, then you take it, of course. But otherwise, yeah, I think it makes sense to, not explicitly play for a draw from move one. And such an approach, which I think I've done a few times when I had to make a draw to make a norm or something in my younger days. So such an approach can totally backfire.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you
I
have your
believe
stories too.
Yeah, I believe I've lost my chances of a norm at least 9 times. Okay, not all of them were because of this reason, but the majority of them were, like, where it's a must draw situation and I'm only thinking about a draw, and then I get crushed in like 2 hours. So it's just something to avoid.
Yeah, never get hung up on results too much. Never get distracted by them. And, always pay attention to the process itself, which will lead to that result. Can you guys make out anything from Anish's specs, the reflection on it? Do you see a chessboard there? Do you see some preparation, some position, some move? Chat?
Oh my God. I don't think we should peep in. I mean,
No, I mean, if they can, we can always warn
oh
Anish.
my.
So chat is very sharp, if anyone can find these things in the chat.
Bomb cloud.
You see the bonk cloud in his specs? That's not a good sign. If you can see bonk cloud in his eyes, then that's not a good sign for Anish.
Completely.
Okay, let's predict. I'm guessing that he'll play classical from black.
Nepo,
Classical
yeah?
Sicilian. Yes.
Okay, just for the sake of prediction and to contradict everyone else, I'm predicting that he will continue on with time,
Okay.
I also actually believe he will actually.
Play Tamino?
No, play knight of.
He'll play knight of. So he'll play Sicilian, that's for sure. It's just that which one we don't know. Okay.
Yeah, the problem with knight off is if you play bishop g5, then there are a lot of these forced draws, yeah, concrete forced draws.
Right.
But
Yeah.
okay, you have what other choice do you have as black?
Yeah, I mean, you can't play. I mean, would you play e5 if you are in a must-win situation?
Caro-Kann is an option.
Caro-Kann.
Yeah,
Oh yes, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Caro-Kann and Tamino, I think.
Oh, maybe Caro-Kann with this e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, c5 stuff.
Yeah, that's one option. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually possible. I mean, it depends on what white plays also, but no. You could just
Yeah,
play
yeah, yeah.
for, knights.
Imagine how it would be if Anish just doesn't even play 1e4, yeah? We have all these predictions against 1e4, and then Anish surprises us. But
I'm sure he'll
one
play.
move we can totally rule out
London,
that.
let's go.
Sorry?
What?
Sorry to interrupt, but London.
I'm
London.
actually 100% sure he'll play e4. Like, I'll be shocked if he doesn't. Because it's been working so well for him, and why would he change it?
Yeah, but the one move that he has absolutely no chance of playing in any situation, unless he really had bonk cloud in his eyes, is that 1b3. That we can completely rule out. that there's no chance of playing. There's no chance of Anish playing.
I seriously doubt that. That's not gonna happen.
Anish privately told me that that's the one course that he would have promoted if it had released, because that's the one thing that you can safely assume that he won't play anywhere.
On B3? But
Yeah,
Fisher actually played a few games in one B3. By the way, do you guys know that? I mean,
yeah, I
this.
know that. I know that. He
Yeah.
played against
So it's,
Tukmeko.
yeah,
Didn't he introduce that idea of King H1, Rook G1? That was
exactly. This King H1 Rook G1 idea, which is also like played in from black side of the Morag-Zibind defense. Yeah.
what I don't know.
I saw the Fisher Tukmako, and then I decided to try B3 myself in a game against Gawain Jones. Then I painfully understood that it was about Fisher and not one B3, which the reason why it won those games.
But I actually played a lot of B3 when I was a kid. One B3.
Yeah, some bad habits we do as kids, and then we grow up. Yeah.
She's like just but yeah, roasting roast mode. But I'll be like very honestly, it worked out really well for me because I didn't have to prepare much. Like it's very limited, the information available there, and I could just play my own game. So I was very happy to play B3. But then at some point, I was like, okay, fine, let's play E4.
Yeah, kids are always a good target audience for B3. Completely agree.
So I think there is some break, yeah, because Nepo is not yet here. So probably there is a short break and they'll
Yeah, in
resume
general,
soon.
the break is 15 minutes. So the last game ended at 11:52, and now it's 12:06. So I think in a minute or two, we'll have the kickoff for the fourth game, the final game of the regulation period, the second set. Anish is leading by 2-1. Let's see how it goes. Guys, Adiban must be sleeping, that's why I'm so confidently doing all these talks.
I feel like if we play B3, I mean, Adiban's gonna wake up. I'm definitely gonna wake up.
Yeah. Pretty sure he will. But I mean, you're right, Sahaj, because these things only happen in dreams, yeah? So if Anish plays B3, then Adiman will indeed wake up.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so Nepo is back. Let's see. Yeah, Anish is also back. So we are expecting kickoff. If you have any changes to your predictions, then make it known in the chat, people.
Do you think Schliemann is what is it? It's called Schliemann only, no? E4, E5,
yeah,
F3,
Yeah.
NC6, Bishop B5, F5. It's called
Yeah.
Schliemann, right?
Yeah. Also, it's known as Yanish Gambit. E4
Yeah,
it is.
Yanish.
E4 it is. And it's C5.
Okay, so at least there's a classical. See, we might see a classic. Oh, it might be a Timino as well. It might be a Timino as well.
Yeah, or 3 Bishop B5. Let's see.
Or 3 Bishop B5.
Oh, 3 Bishop B5 it is. Bishop B5, E6. These questions can get really nice and pleasant for white, in general. And I'm pretty sure Anish knows how to get there.
this was definitely a good choice, I think, by Anish to go for Rosolimo.
Yeah,
He would be
Rosolimo
quite-
D3.
So now he'll go knight G6 next or D5. There are two options. And he could go either knight G6 or play D5.
Yeah. So knight BD2. As black, maybe you're a bit careful about committing D5 because that can weaken the C5 and C6, the C5 point mainly in the long run.
Normally, you want to play like E5 in these positions. Or
Exactly.
Like something like that.
Yeah, you put the pawns on D6 and E5, which also works well in neutralizing white's dark squares. But yeah, mainly for the pawn structure. So one is for the pawn structure, and another is that the C8 bishop needs something to breathe. Yeah. Otherwise, if you put all these pawns on the light squares and it gets fixed, then the air quality of the c8 bishop goes completely in the red zone, and his Athens device will start going in the red. So Nepo is trying to put his pawns on d6 and e5.
Yeah, this h4 idea, no, it actually I was thinking about it even before knight d2. Like even before knight d2, there is a move like h4. So just preventing knight g6. Yeah, and h4, h5, e5 is on the board. d6. Maybe you can't play queen e2, by the way, because of knight f4. So e into d6. Into d6 on the board. I guess bishop into d6 now. He's thinking actually.
E into d6, sometimes they also start with e5. But yeah, I mean, here it doesn't seem to apply. Yeah? Knight c4.
He played e5. He played e5.
Oh, okay.
Knight
I thought
c4
knight
maybe
c.
bishop e6. No, bishop e6 is not okay.
But yeah, maybe he doesn't mind bishop into d6. And another option will be to play f6 and take the bishop on knight on c4 and then take bishop into d6.
Like knight c4 and f6. Yeah, that actually is cool, no? Looks like what he could go for, no?
Yeah. But I think Nepo has managed to get a position on the board.
But f6, the problem could be queen e2 as well. So maybe not.
Yeah, queen e2 and queen e4. I was worried about this.
Somehow I would want to put my knight on e4 instead of c4. That's what I was thinking.
So you start with queen e2 here, maybe, yeah, to just not commit anything.
Yeah, provoke f6 or then knight e4.
Yeah, now if f6, then queen e4 is also an option.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's nice. That's very nice.
And then depending on what black does, white can decide if knight c4 or knight e4 or queen e4 between
so
these.
He wants. So maybe black is okay with giving up the black squared bishop and playing bishop d6 here, because what else to do? Can't see any of them, right?
Yeah, it's not such a tragedy also for black, because in a position like this, he can still play on the light squares. There are options like, playing c4 and c5 and getting this bishop on this diagonal. So it's not such a disaster for black to give up his dark square bishop, and I quite like what Nepo has got with the black from the opening. I think he has got a good fighting position and he has given himself chances. Yeah.
Rahul Srinath asks a very important question. How to deal with such a bad pawn structure? Really good question, Rahul. And I think like the idea is to not remain with the bad pawn structure your whole life. You are even willing to like sacrifice one of your pawns back. But the what black gets in return for the bad pawn structure in the Rosolimo is pair of bishops. That's what he gets in return. And so he would like to open up the position if he gets a chance, or correct his pawn structure some way. But in this particular position, it's hard to correct c6 and c5. So even if he can give up one of the pawns just so that his bishops can be more active and his pieces can be active, he is okay with doing that. So the idea is not to keep defending all your pawns and not to remain passive, but to be active and use your bishop pair well.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's what
completely agree. Of course, if you had the same question with Anish around, he would have probably replied something like, just don't get a bad pawn structure. Anish is so good at bringing out the laughs by trolling people and not offending them.
No, he basically offends everyone, so nobody gets offended. I mean, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is, of course, he's always joking. So.
Oh, hi Cosmo, welcome to the chat, and do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Even though you're late, this will still make up for it. You're saying, guys?
No, this knight e7 idea is actually quite good, no? Rerouting your knight.
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah, yeah,
d5.
yeah. So black has this pawns on c5 and c6, but he has the light squares and he has control of a lot of other things on the board, and this creates an imbalance and it creates fight on the board. So short castle, queen d7, then rook to e8 and possibly some e4. That's one way. It's a burgeoning center for black, yeah. So these ideas like f5 and e4, it looks menacing to me.
Mhm.
Very easy to lose control as white here.
I don't know. I wasn't such a big. I mean, I didn't really like bishop g5 and bishop d2, to be honest, in the opening.
Provoking f6, is it? You didn't like the
I
idea of provoking f6.
no, no. Maybe, I mean, I liked queen e2, queen e4 ideas because, I mean, that was quite, I mean, much safer in my opinion.
But queen e2, he was anyway going to play bishop d6. That's what I feel. He was not going to play f6.
Yeah, no, of course. But then, no, after knight c4, bishop g4, queen e2, I mean.
Ah, okay.
So here he would have anyway taken on d6 with the bishop.
So, can I play queen e4 here anyway?
Actually, there's also one idea like b3, bishop b2. Like instead of this queen e2.
Actually, why can't
Queen
you? No,
e2.
why can't you just play bishop g5? Because you can't play f6 now, right? Because I have queen e4.
So
Or
now bishop g5.
No,
But
but
queen
there's
e4,
97 now.
d7. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, but the game has moved on in a complete, in a not a completely different tangent, but it's still in a different place. Rook b8 played by black, rook g1 by white. It's moving at a pretty fast pace, guys.
but it's
Uh,
amazing how they are like castling opposite sides or keeping the king in the center in almost every game. Yeah.
yeah, it's a good clash of styles between Anish and Nepo. Yeah, Anish, objective, rational. He likes to stay in control. He likes to keep a certain harmony between his pieces and his position. Nepo, on the other hand, he plays very fast and he likes to keep a completely different kind of harmony between his pieces. He loves the activity, but he doesn't mind giving up certain concessions in his quest towards that activity. As we see in this game, he got these double pawns early in the game, and now he has a lot of activity to cover against it to as a trade-off. And knight f4 on the board, so bishop and f4, e into f4 is probably going to be there. Do you see any other move for white?
No.
I would just take.
Because queen even allows knight g2.
Yep.
And knight d3. Knight d3 is even stronger than knight g2 actually.
True. Why open up
I just
the...
don't like the idea of knight sitting on d5. That seems quite dangerous to me.
So
Yeah, so he has
he
taken
took-
bishop and f4.
He had to take it and he did. Now the rook e file has opened up for black, but maybe rook e1 is possible. Like what is like now?
Yeah, no,
this
what
rook
this has
up
done
e1?
for Nepo is it has neutralized the rook g1 move, no? Because there is
Yeah.
no way to open up the g5. So what
Yeah.
is white's plan going to be here?
I think first of all you need to control the e file, right? Rook e1 back.
Mm-hmm.
I thought
Yeah, that answers it.
it's important to do that.
Yeah.
The bishop on c7 is, by the way, completely controlled by the c4 knight. Can you see it? Like the c4 knight controls all of its squares.
Yep.
And this knight, on the other hand, is being dominated by this bishop and all of black's pawns. Like f6 controls e5 and g5, and c5 controls d4 and can't go to h4. So maybe e4 is the only square it can have a future at. But yeah,
That is not
needs some time.
possible right now because it's under a pin.
Exactly. So
I think one of the main things here, what I would consider is that just don't exchange. Just don't make it into a double bishop versus double knight endgame. I think black would have a clear advantage there.
Rook
So
e1 played and queen d5 played instantly by Nepo.
yeah, queen d5. Queen d5, I was thinking if it's okay to play queen e4, but then like black will not take, right? And he will say tell white to take on d5, and then that corrects his pawn structure. So that is something white will not go for. So he
Yeah,
played
but you
queen
can always
d1
play
actually.
knight d2. You can always play knight d2. And this kind Soumya, you just said that, right? Because knight d2, knight d4 is the idea.
But I thought like bishop f5 here, maybe.
Yeah, bishop f5 would be a nice move.
Like just asking the queen where she wants to go.
Hmm.
So he played queen d. Yeah, sorry.
No, Anish played queen d1. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
queen d1 on the board, and let's see how this goes. Queen
So
d1.
one plan is to go a5, a4 for black, control some more space.
Yeah, but a5, maybe even white can play a4 and b3 himself. In these positions, he's not going to get mated so easily. White's king side is, I think, quite well protected, although the b line is opened. Since black does not have any knight or any piece with which he can sacrifice and open up the position, it's not going to be a direct attack against the king that's going to win the game. So in that sense, strategically, Anish is quite safe.
Oh, he played rook e8, b3, and king f7.
Yeah, see, I think Nepo is going for that plan because if as black, probably the best idea is to just take everything, exchange the queen, exchange the rooks, and just try for g5 because then you have some real winning chances. But okay, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, but it's practically the only way, yeah, because you're not going to get a mate in here. So Anish has played a4. I think he might put the king onto a2 next, and then actively try knight d2 and knight e4.
Yeah, but we have to be just very careful about g5. When that comes, it's going to be dangerous. Well, maybe not now, but okay. But how are you getting knight d2?
Yeah, that's not easy. Yeah, true. It's not easy to get knight d2. But yeah, first king a2. Then I mean, black is probably going to make some forcing moves, which will clarify the situation for white. Then white knows what to do. It's a bit like this COVID situation. Yeah, you do your thing, and then you wait for some things to get clarified, and then you answer some questions, like when is the next OTB tournament?
Or even bishop c8, bishop a6 is a plan actually.
Huh? Bishop
Bishop
c8 and bishop
c8 and bishop
a6.
a6.
But you want to take the c4 knight?
Not, I don't want to take it, but like I just want to have that option.
Okay.
But why not
Maybe
take
no
the
need to
f3
remove the pin. Now, why should I remove the pin? That's also true. Why should
Yeah,
black
yeah.
voluntarily remove the pin? Let white make some moves and struggle and get out of the pin himself.
True, true, true. So king a2 is on the board, and now black has to do something concrete. Yeah, he has to force the thing. Anish is in a relatively comfortable situation where he does not have to take the initiative to get things moving. So how can black do this?
Yeah, that's very hard. That's very hard to answer actually.
No, I think as Sahaj pointed out, it's probably linked with this g5, but this g5 is very, it's helpful to get this bishop into f3, g into f3 inclusion, yeah, before you go g5. So finally you have this hedge passer. This is, I think, the problem with white's position.
No, but when you get g5, you also open up your king to some attack like gfg and queen a1 stuff.
Yeah, but black will exchange the major pieces off first. Like,
So
that's why he
you
played king f7.
So you you can also take rook e1 first instead of bishop f3. Like you don't
Yeah, yeah,
need to
yeah,
take.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just illustrating the idea.
Okay.
So it's also possible to do this, but you have to be careful that this pin is not disturbed. King g6 played by Nepo. Ooh.
Just waiting. He's waiting for white to do something. But white can simply play king b2 also.
Rook
Get
G1
rook
was
g1.
what I thought, yeah. It's, I mean, King G6 is like a.
King h6. Ah, and he wants to play g5 now with the king on h6.
And
Rook
Rook
is
H1
far.
played instantly by Anish.
Yeah, I think he'll play g5. Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you. So, yeah, King H6, Rook H1, and here, yeah, exchange everything in G5, suggested by Triple P. I think that makes sense. Queen F7. So he's probably just going to wait around a bit. Eventually, you'll see this bishop at F3 and G5 executed. But Nepo will probably try and wait around, try and get the time a bit lower, and then set the stage for this to be executed. So Queen F7 on the board. Now, how would Anish try and wait here?
Dinesh Goswami said in the chat that, you know, when we were pointing out that the knight tames the bishop, he said he thought that the bishop was taming the knight because the bishop also controls the knight squares, right? Like a5 and e5 and d6 and b6.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's another way to look at it. Yes, perspective.
Who is taming who?
Bishop e6. So now bishop c4 is a legit threat because the d pawn is pinned, and he probably needs to remove his queen now, or maybe knight f d2 is also possible.
Yeah, I think knight d2 looks quite logical. We wanted to play that anyway.
And
Yeah.
Padme, what if black plays bishop d5? Then you take on e8, yeah?
You probably have to get F3, yeah? Either take on E8 first and then F3 or F3.
I don't like f3. I don't know. It's a
Yeah, f3 is committal, no? Like e3 square de diya. But who comes on e3 is another question because there is, I
no.
mean,
I
it's
guess.
under
I guess.
control.
I mean, it's not a pretty move, but I guess we have to play it.
Yeah, concretely, yeah, because you cannot block the attack because there's a pin on the d5, and something like rook g1 is possible, but if you have to make a move like this, then position is already
Yeah, you know,
bad.
black really gives up a lot in exchange for his pair of bishop advantage in this Rosolimo. Like the pawn structure is, I mean, he really suffers. He really suffers. And this I
But
have
not here, no?
personally experienced.
Yeah, true. I
No, this
agree.
pawn structure, like just imagine if the pawn was on b7, yeah, like so happy black would have been
Yeah,
instead
getting
of
b5
c5.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the Indian players who has suffered a lot in Rosolimo is Arvind Chidambaram. I myself have beaten him 3 times in Rosolimo. And there used to be a time when he used to lose almost every game with 3 bishop b5. He used to win in the Sveshnikov but lose every game in the Rosolimo. At some point, he managed to learn how to deal against it, but it was a long and painful process.
Yeah, same. I have suffered the same. I mean, initially nobody really played the Rosolimo when I was a kid. So I used to like not a kid, but when I was younger, so I used to get away with it. But then soon people started playing Rosolimo, and I was like, oh my god, what to do, do now? Like every game you're suffering with this bad pawn structure, and you need to take a break, and you don't know what is a good time to take it. You always screw up the timing, and then it took me a lot to actually learn how to play against it.
Do you think Anish is starting to get serious and intense? His hand is on his head. He's pretty close to going below his name.
No, he's considering whether to play f3 or not because he realizes it's a committal move and he would rather not play it. I mean, it's not in his style to make weaknesses, right?
Yeah, but what choice does he have? I mean, he has to play
Can you play
F3.
rook g1? I'm just
Rook.
wondering.
Yeah, he can, but
But then you can take rook e1. That's the problem.
yeah,
And you give up
and
the e5.
exactly.
So it doesn't look so great. Queen e7.
Yeah.
So you have to play f3 actually. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, exactly. He did play Rook G1 though.
He played rook g1.
Ah, okay. I'm thinking, maybe after Rook into E1, maybe he's just going to give up the G2 pawn.
And he's going to just okay. Bishop g2, you take it, yeah? Take it and go.
Yeah, now maybe you play F3 and Knight E4 and try and get
No, but I have
active
bishop
counterplay.
h3.
Yeah,
I have
Bishop
bishop
H3, Knight E4,
Queen f8.
Queen what?
F8. Or
Yeah,
maybe
Queen F.
bishop e6 first. Sorry, maybe bishop. Even now bishop e6.
Queen G2. Sorry, you're thinking what?
Sorry, what?
Queen d5 instead of queen f8. I think that looks more active.
Queen to d5.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, but as white, at least I've got some pieces out, yeah, because otherwise, if my other option is to take queen into e1, rook e8, queen d1, and queen e6, here this doesn't look good, no?
Yeah, it does.
Why not
Pieces
queen
are just
f4 maybe?
It's unpleasant.
Why
Queen.
not knight e4?
No, maybe queen e7 actually. I was thinking instead of e6 because then the c5 pawn remains
Sorry.
protected.
Yeah, knight e4. But knight e4, so you want to give up pawn one way or another, yeah?
No. If I want to give up a pawn, I want to take one of the bishops. I don't want black to have two bishops and an extra pawn.
Right.
Makes sense.
Right.
But after knight e4, can I take bishop c4? Sorry.
Then bc4.
Now rook b8?
King.
Yeah, rook b8 or maybe start with bishop
First
e5.
bishop e5. Yeah, this is
Okay, now I have
dangerous.
c3. No? Okay, no, you have f5. Never mind.
Yeah.
King a2.
King a2. Now I try to attack a4. Maybe
just
queen
waiting for
b7.
Rook b8 first. Rook b8 first. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Rook b8
f5 is
or rook
also
b2?
nice. Yeah, rook
F5
b8.
is
Yeah. Rook b8 is nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook b8 is nice. Makes a lot of sense.
This is very dangerous actually.
Okay, then I won't go king a2. I think that's stupid. Maybe I should go king c1 instead. Because king d2, that's safer.
But anyway f5. Anyway f5 and I play bishop c3.
Yeah, queen b7, queen b4 also.
Knight g5, okay. I have some
Bishop c3.
queen. Okay, queen f3 maybe. Okay, queen f3, yeah.
Queen b7.
Queen f4.
Queen.
You're just defending.
I have queen c1, no?
Too much trickiness, man. Okay. That was very tricky.
I think I'm extremely lucky here.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think
I can play queen e1 for queen f3. Queen e1.
But
Queen
yeah,
E1.
takes and queen d1, yeah?
No, bishop b2. King
Yeah,
d2.
bishop b2,
Damn.
king d2.
Damn. This is nice. Bishop b2, king d2, and bishop c3. Make a draw.
Yeah. The game has moved on a bit. He played queen g6 actually.
Okay, he did not take on.
Yeah, he played
E1.
queen g6, rook into e8, rook into e8, f3, f5. f5 is actually quite strong. It cripples the knights, especially after white has committed f3. White cannot get access to this g5 square. So f5 is pretty strong. Queen f1, queen g3, rook h1, bishop d8, and
d8,
knight d6. Yeah.
But there was no need to allow knight d6.
True. Not sure if bishop d8 is a good move.
Maybe rook e3 or something would have been quite nice there. But okay, it's probably too soon.
Rook e6 maybe, just wait.
And then prepare bishop d8, yeah? Very sensible. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look nice for...
White can't play rook h2 because rook h3 because of rook e1. So that's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Rook e6 is very strong. I think this would have been very, very unpleasant for white.
Or can you actually play rook h3 here? Rook h3.
Actually, black can just play queen e1 check,
queen
I think.
Okay, yeah. Queen e1, queen into e1.
Rook into e1. And then your rook on h3 is out of the game, no? It can never come back. This cannot, I mean, it cannot be a position where I think white
Yeah,
can
this
play
is
on
bishop
bishop
d8,
d8, bishop
unfortunate.
f6.
Yeah,
So
this
here
is
white has no
So-
moves after rook e6, I think.
Yeah, e6 was strong, no? Unnecessarily he allowed this knight d6 stuff. Okay. So bishop d8, knight d6, but good for Anish. He got his knight to d6 and some play now. He's got some play. Maybe he can. But the problem is if he puts the other knight to c4 now, he'll play rook f6, which he has. Okay, fine. And rook f6 on the board, is it? No. But rook f.
Yeah, no, rook
What?
f6 not on the board. But
But
yeah,
why not
queen e2.
it's a free pawn, isn't it?
Yeah, queen e2. Because after bishop c7, anyway, knight e8 is a fork. So.
Yeah, but why not bishop h4? I mean, that's
And
just
now
a free pawn.
bishop
Now,
into
yeah.
h4, you take the pawn. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen e2 anyway. Yeah? And then bishop back to f6. No. Knight f5 is hanging. Knight f5 is hanging.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
be careful. So what? This is not clear again. Maybe bishop d8. But maybe bishop d8 allows knight f5. Or
How?
does it?
Some queen
Maybe
g8,
it doesn't work. I don't know.
Just
Queen
knight
e8
d6 and queen e8 or?
direct queen e8, I thought.
You want to come queen h8, yeah? But black is defended, yeah? Bishop f6.
And now knight d6. Just
No, now rook e5, yeah?
being tricky. No,
Rook e1
queen into e5, bishop e5, and g3 is supported. Okay. No,
Yeah,
queen.
yeah.
No, it doesn't work. Oh, this is so tricky.
So maybe a bishop h4, queen e2, bishop d8, and then queen e5.
Queen e5. Queen g6 doesn't work because f4 is hanging. So queen g5 maybe. Queen g5.
Okay, maybe something like king a2. I don't know, just to give a waiting move, I guess.
No, but this allows queen into g2, yeah?
Oh yeah, queen c2 is hanging. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop into h4. Maybe a
Rook
bit early with
h3.
queen e2.
No, rook h3 doesn't work because of queen
No, but you
e1
can
check.
insert rook h3 first.
No,
Queen
e1
e1
check.
check. Okay. Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
problem.
Also, I missed this. Yeah. Okay. In this case, can I just try and raid your c5 a7 pawns with something like queen g1, or am I just being too
But I always have queen f2 at least, and then you play queen h2.
queen h2? Yeah. Okay, you can go
I can
g5.
play g5 still, but okay.
Yeah. This can be awkward for white. Yeah. What are the pieces doing on h2 and h1?
This is very complicated, like all of Nepo's games. Oh my god. He
Yeah,
took on
it's
h4.
yeah. He took on h4. Yeah. Yeah, it's the moment when you need to make a draw. Yeah, that's when you start getting your mind starts losing that clarity.
Yeah.
But at least his knights are much better than on d2 and c4. Like, at least they are on d6 and c4. They're doing like they have a function, right? They're attacking f7. They have these threats of knight f7 and stuff. Knight can come to e5 as well because at the moment he doesn't
Yeah, that's
need
what
to
he
support.
played.
Doesn't need to support the d6 knight at the moment. But okay, let's see what happens for rook f6. Yeah. He wants to bring the other knight to c4, is it?
At the moment, Anish is not dictating anything. I think
No, he
he's
played
just
rook
trying to.
f6.
You mean Nepo wants to
No,
drive
Anish
away?
probably wants to play knight d c4. That's why he played knight e5. He wants to put the knights on e5 and c4, not d6 and c4. Maybe.
But how does that help? Just rook e6.
No, knight f7, king g6. No, knight
Yeah,
f7.
that's just a check. No, king g6.
Check.
King f6.
Knight d7 and knight c5. Oh, yeah, works.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it.
No, but I thought if all these things get exchanged, I thought here black should be close to winning.
Oh, just but mm, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think this
Yeah,
is
maybe.
the biggest danger for white here. That's why I played rook e6 and tried to get rook e1 check at any cost.
But
So
okay.
if an outside passer is created here with the bishops, the knights won't be able to prevent it. And white will not be able to come.
But so you think it's better to leave the knights on d6 and c4? So just come back knight c4 now.
No, I mean it's hard to advise honestly. It's a bad position for white, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think holding a fortress is the right approach here. White has to do something dynamically because a
Queen
fortress is
g1,
not.
queen c5 kind of stuff, yeah.
By the
In
way, what
some
do you play for knight d c4? Like really, like I mean, what could
rook,
be the plan?
rook e6.
No, because no, knight e4. Sorry,
Knight
confusion.
e4. Same.
Yeah.
Oh, no, no. Now you cannot play. Yeah, so start with g6 and then do this, yeah.
No, if I play king a2 now,
Rook e6.
queen a1, bishop f6. Okay.
Yeah, wow. What
King
a
a1. Nice. That is so nice.
king a2 and queen a1. And now some rook into h5 check is not possible, yeah.
Okay, once again, like before playing queen a1, I think rook h4 is better because like at least you have something there. Then queen
But
g1, queen 5. Okay, you can create something.
sorry, what? Now after queen h4, what?
I
Queen
was thinking either queen g1
and queen
and
c5. But now rook
just
e1 and queen f6 won't work because of some d4 stuff, yeah? Queen c5, queen f6, d4.
yeah, some yeah, d4, I guess.
But yeah, sure.
Okay, but I think
Rook
after rook
e2 is
h4,
possible.
no, after rook h4, you have rook e1. I missed that.
Yeah, that too, that too. Rook to h4 is simply rook e1.
And rook h5, king into h5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my god, this is.
sad for you, yeah.
Sorry, I am really sorry about that.
No, Anish is under serious pressure. He's collapsing. I think this is a lost cause. I think we are going into the tiebreak.
Yeah, I mean, he is under pressure.
Yeah, he's under pressure. He has no time. He has no answers to the problems that are facing him.
Yes, that is
Nepo has, really bounced back with a lot of energy, like a tennis ball, and C4 on the board.
c4.
But it's a more of desperation rather than any.
c4, you close the idea. You like completely. The idea of going back with the knight is gone forever.
Yeah, it's like
I
burning
mean, exactly.
ships.
That's exactly because I mean, it's doing something. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, what is the knight exactly doing on c4?
Yeah, at
When
least he has
white is
driven away that bishop on g8, yeah, and he has disturbed. So now he has to play d4 and knight d3, I think, because
Mhm.
the knight rook h3, queen e1 check, it's game over, I think. Or maybe even stronger is rook into e5, yeah, rook into g3, bishop into g3, and rook e1 comes by force.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's just a piece up.
Yeah. We are
Oh
going
my
into the
god.
tie breaks. I think Nepo has seen rook into e5, so he's just checking it. He'll probably make the move. Anish has also probably seen it and is ready to resign
Yeah,
after.
Anish has seen it for sure.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
can, it's written all over his face. Oh my god.
So we are going into the tie break and the tie break of the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. So if you ever,
He took it. He took it.
yeah, he took it. He took rook into e5.
Oh my.
Takes, and rook e1 coming on the next move, and
Yeah.
Anish has resigned.
Oh my. Oh my.
We are into the tiebreakers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Anish, I don't know his records in the tiebreakers in general of the Champion Chess Tour, but he's not your generally he's not the first person you think of, right? when you want to choose someone for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, but Nepo is I think an absolute beast in tie breaks.
Yeah, exactly. And wow, what drama this whole
This is
knockouts
like,
has been.
yeah, this is actually so sad. I mean, I didn't expect this at all, but yeah, of course there are tie breaks and there are two games to be played, and but still, like, just Anish was just cruising through, right? Anish was just cruising through. He was
Yeah,
dominating in all the games actually, and just this one which he needed to draw somehow. mm, actually, that's the reason when he played knight c6, I was like, when he played Rosolimo, even though both of you were like, great choice, I was thinking, maybe not. I wasn't feeling very great about it, but because black got this really bad pawn structure, I thought white would be very comfortable despite not having any active ideas as such, like, with the knight on c4, b3, a4. At some point, he was just like uh, making his position more and more solid. That's all. But suddenly this g5 idea, I think, and the pawn on h4 became so weak and everything. The queen came to g3. I think this idea of committing with f3 was the main issue, is my honest opinion. At least without an engine, that would be my hunch.
but
If he could
by
have
that point it
avoided committing
already
f3.
became bad, no? And I think also Nepo played very expertly and kept the pressure on throughout the
Yeah,
game.
Nepo played excellent. Like, and this is also the kind of game you want to play in a must-win situation, right? Like the choice of the opening and
Yeah, the
everything, like,
energy.
and just keeping it together, not making too many commitments, basically. Like just keeping your pieces active and playing for three results. Yeah. No, he played excellent. Nepo, full credit to Nepo.
Yeah, but guys, don't get too desolate. Anish is a champion. He's part of the Champion Chess Tour, and uh, he will come back. He will come back with all his energy, and it will be one fantastic blitz tiebreak. The two games which are coming up. The result can go either way, but Anush is not going to give it up without a fight. So let's also get our enthusiasm back. Swayam has become so sad that he has started referring to himself in first, third person. Swayam is sad and cheer up Swayam, talking to
Oh my
himself.
god, that's so sad. Guys,
I know.
like we discussed, players do feel your energy. They do feel your positive energy. So if you want, you can send them your positive energy, guys. If you're really rooting for your favorite players, just send them your positive energy. That's the only way to support them, I would say.
Yep. We have reached
What
300 likes in the stream, but guys, again, do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so more people can come in and cheer for Anish. And we are also just 22 subscribers short of 6,500. So do drop in the hit the subscribe button and like the stream. Sahaj, you're saying?
can you explain what the time control is like here?
Yeah, it is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds in the blitz, and then there is Armageddon with 5 plus 4.
Okay.
5 versus 4.
Yeah, 5 versus 4. And also the choice of the color remains with the player who finished higher in the prelims. So here it was Anish. So he gets to choose whether he plays with white or black in the first round of the tie breaks.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an interesting and tricky thing because if you start with white, it gives you the opportunity to do set the tone. And if your last game is with white, then it really gives you a chance to push if you're a point down. So, what would you prefer personally?
I would prefer black.
To start with black
Yeah.
and Sage?
Well, I would prefer being white first because then I get to drive the sort of the whole situation. But I think, judging by Anish, I think if I were in his position, I would pick white because just now he's been in a situation where he was white and he needed to, not lose basically, and obviously that didn't go his way. And even if he wins in the first round, he's not going. He's going to be black in the second round. So I guess it would be a little better psychologically speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
So
Sahaj, he has heard you, so he's
He has
chosen
chosen
white.
white.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's
that's good.
Anish won the
I think
toss
that's
and chose to bat first.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
think
there's
that's a
no
good
toss
decision.
here and there's no batting here, but just saying. Yeah. So, yeah, you're saying, Sahaj?
No, 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 no. I think that's a very good decision. Um,
To take
definitely
white
would. Yeah.
and just go for it. Yeah. And this time he won't be like solid and stuff. He's just going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it will still be a measured approach for sure, but
Yeah.
yeah, and with black against Nepo's knight off. Yeah, I mean, Anisha's knight off, it will be interesting to see what Nepo comes up with. It's been a lot of exciting encounters so far, but in Blitz, the kind of problems that Nepo has set Anish in the Rapids, if he continues to set the same problems in Blitz, it can be harder for Anish to defend against them the way he did in the Rapids because he does not have the time to neutralize them.
Hmm.
So
But I don't know.
Anish,
Maybe if he's white now, maybe this is a good chance for redemption, and set the stone, in the beginning of the tie breaks. I think that's no, it could work in Anish's favor.
definitely,
Do you think
definitely,
that
yeah,
he's
yeah.
going to go with the same
By the way,
variation?
he's been great with white throughout the tournament. I just wanted to mention that. Even though he lost this one, he's otherwise been great. So it's like, as you pointed out, probably it was just because of the pressure of wanting to, because he has to make a draw and then he chooses Rosalimo because it's more like drawish, and then he chooses a drawish setup because it's more solid setup, because why to make too many open, why to play in a very open position, why to give Nepo the kind of position he wants, and this and that, and then he just becomes more and more passive and he lost. So that's the only reason maybe he got into this kind of trouble. Yeah, like because of these psychological factors. Otherwise he's been great with white, and he has every reason to be confident.
True, but just to bring this up, although Anish has been great with white throughout this tournament,
Mhm.
the two losses that he has had in this entire tournament were both against Nepo and both were with the white pieces.
By
So
the way,
Nepo
there is
has
a
managed to, yeah.
just news coming in that the games will begin at 1, so there is a short break.
Ah,
um,
okay, there's still seven
there's
minutes more,
7
yeah.
minutes to go.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So guys, have something to drink, hydrate yourself, eat something. We are going to have two more games, and if that becomes a tie, we'll go into the Armageddon. So just brace yourselves. I'm also going to go and get some water, guys. Just excuse me for a bit.
Sure. Leading by example. That's what every streamer, every leader, and every person should do. So,
Absolutely.
so yeah. Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Oh, this is quite sad actually, to be honest. This was quite sad. I did not expect that, to be honest. But okay, if I mean, during must-win situations, Nepo is a very dangerous opponent.
Definitely, definitely. And Said, what do you personally think? You have, I mean, the world after 2020, the way chess landscape has changed. We have had this exciting format both in the Magnus Chess Tour and the Champion Chess Tour. Personally, for me as a spectator, I find these kind of events with rapid time control and a lot of mutual mistakes. I find this to be a lot more exciting than how it used to be in the previous pre-COVID times with longer time controls and the non-knockout format, the round robin formats. What do you think?
Um, well, I'm a bit old school that way. I think I prefer over the board chess. I like watching over the board chess, but I think for rapid time controls, this is an amazing idea because I don't know, it you get to see players like these as humans, which is not
Exactly.
often the case. Which is not often the case. You don't get to see that in classical formats because it doesn't happen that often in classical formats. But here you get to see that they're also people, you know, just like just like everyone else. So so that can be quite I don't know, quite encouraging, I guess.
Absolutely, and it's not like classical chess is dead or it's extinct, but I think it also has its place. But I think it's really important to respect what the people watching want, and if this is what they prefer, then I think this also has a very valid place even in the post-COVID world.
Hmm.
And if we have like a different set of audience watching different things, then we also need to create an environment where all of these things have their place and their usefulness. Yeah,
Absolutely. No, this is it's of course it's great for for chess itself. And I don't really see any negatives for having these rapid events. I mean, it's also it's great for just watching these players try out new openings. That's also quite nice because back then, I mean, okay, not 2020, but I guess I'm talking about 2015. You saw very little of these games, so there was less work to be done. But now there's so much stuff that is being tested out there that you can always implement that in your own games as well. So it's from a player's perspective also it's quite useful. Yeah.
true, true. The one
What do
thing
you
that has been probably lacking is more chances for people who are below the pyramid, the lower levels of the pyramid. While the top elite players, they constantly have these tournaments every month. Uh, the players below, even those slightly below, like people like us at 2500, we have had no tournaments, and further below there has been almost nothing. The Challenges Chess Tour, I think, is a good first step to address this towards bringing more opportunities to more players down the line, and I do hope that this continues all the way down to the very ground, very roots.
No, no, I 100% agree with that. I think there should be maybe a section, of under 2600 and 2500, something like that, just so that everybody can have this experience. And because it's not just about, I mean, it can be a lot of fun to play and a lot of fun to watch these events. So I mean, the more the merrier, yeah.
Definitely, definitely. And by playing in these type of events ourselves, and not just us, but all of those who are watching, it gives them a lot better idea of what it feels like to be in that situation, which uh, which can be easily missed when you don't have that experience.
Completely.
So Nepo
Completely.
is back. We are just about 2 minutes. We're actually like 100 seconds away from the kickoff of the tiebreaker. Anish is probably having a walk or eating something. And as soon as he comes back, I think we are likely to have kickoff for these games. So stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere.
And I'm
And
back as well. So please stay tuned now for sure.
yes, now you have more reasons for staying tuned.
So, any predictions, guys, about the opening in the first Blitz game? I actually think Nepo will still play knight c6 second move.
Maybe
Yeah, I mean,
time
it
and
has a
no.
slightly, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I said maybe time and no.
I don't know. I think knight c6 had probably is psychologically more effective, at least right now. So I would expect knight c6 against him, but I don't think uh, Anish is going to play Rosolimo again.
Yeah, for sure. He'll play open Sicilian, no? Or do you think he'll go for third move knight c3? He could go for knight c3.
That is what I'm hoping actually.
Actually, you know what? I thought he'll play third move knight c3 in this game, because then if black doesn't want to, if black, then you like black has to reveal his cards. Yeah, you do want to play the dragon or do you want to play Sveshnikov? And if you don't want to play either of these, then you play e5. Yeah, probably.
No, he's not
So
going to play e5. He's going to stay with the Sicilian for sure.
no, third move e5. Like
Ah, okay. No,
by
it's
knight
gone into
f3
the
and
Alapin.
c6.
Yeah. It's gone into the
Oh, he
Alapin.
played c3.
Yeah, it's gone into French defense now. French advance from 1e4 c5.
Oh.
This is what Anish had against Wesley.
Wait, what was the move order? Sorry, I
E4,
missed that. Was it
c5,
Alapin?
knight f3, e6, c3 was the move order.
d5,
Oh.
e5, and knight c6, d4. So here he
Yeah,
took
this
e
is
into
the
d5
French
against
advance.
Wesley. So e to d5, queen into d5, and it went down the Alapin way. And here he chose to play e5 and go French, which also happened against Wesley. So in the game where he needed to make a draw.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. This is the opening he played against Wesley, right? Now bishop e2. But and with knight on c2, exactly this setup. This is what he went for. And f6. So,
yeah, f6 takes, and
with the pawn against Wesley, was this the situation as well?
no, with Wesley, no,
right?
this was not the situation.
He didn't take with the pawn, I think. He played castle and f6, I think, right? Bishop d6.
But normally you play knight b4 in these variations with rook c8, knight b4, and you exchange in
exchange one of the knights. Acha,
Yeah.
Sahaj, actually you play French from black, no?
Yeah. I've faced this position quite a few times, and I'm pretty sure you play rook c8, knight b4, and f6 is a new idea. But again, he's going for some offbeat structures, yeah?
Yeah, he's f6 is a new idea, but it's not really unusual in French, yeah. Especially if you're looking to get activity and build your center, regardless of the position. So the Anish Wesley game was knight a3, knight f5, c into d4, c into d4, and Wesley played bishop e7 first, castle, bishop d2, rook c8, bishop d3, and here he played f6 and took back with the piece. And instead, in the live situation right now, we have this position where it's with the pawn on f6 instead of the piece, and Nepo going for a direct assault against Anish's king, but I'm not really sure if this is going to work this time. But
Nepo being so aggressive from the.
It is a right approach, I think. From Nepo's side, I think it's the right approach, right? Because yes, of course, Anish would have calmed himself down, but he didn't have enough time to get himself completely composed. So there must be some sort of effect there. So maybe I think this is the right approach for Nepo.
Quite possibly so. I think it would only be known on hindsight whether this approach turns out to be the right one or the wrong one. But yeah, Nepo is the one with the momentum. That's something we cannot disagree with.
But even for like Nepo's style, it's the right approach, right? Like he is very dynamic and aggressive as a player. So for even his style, I think in terms of his style, it's a good approach to have. Like just go for it. Why not?
True. Yeah, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
And this is probably what works best for Nepo.
And
Queen f8 on the board.
Yeah, I think I was actually considering rook h5, but then the rook could hang in some lines, like maybe
knight h6
f6
check
stuff.
And knight into h4.
Yeah, or even knight f6 stuff looks scary. Maybe knight h6 is stronger. But
Queen f8 just takes. Make sure that any incursions on h6 doesn't occur, and prepares the same rook h5 stuff. It's not easy for white to immediately open up access to Black's King. Although the Black's King is in the center, kids do not try this at home or your school with Black. But yeah, it's not easy for White to open up access to the Black's King that easily. And how can he do that? How can he try and build up something?
And Black could play Queen G7, Rook H5, Rook H8 if he gets a chance. That's his plan.
Yeah, for Black, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, what he wants to do. Knight F5 check. Oh, that answers my question pretty directly. In the most straightforward way. He played Knight F5 check.
It's working? What?
Well, it's logical. Bishop G5, Bishop F6, these things coming. Queen F3 coming. It looked to me like White had to go for something like this. And the engine's evaluation, I think, totally does not matter here. The position is on. The game is on.
Oh my god, my head is spinning. What happens for Bishop C5 here?
I was thinking Bishop G5 or Queen F3 check first.
Queen F3, Knight F5 is forced because... Or can you go King E8? But King E8 looks so
He went Bishop
awkward.
G5. Yeah, Bishop G5 and Bishop F6. These were the ideas I was thinking. And White always has a chance. I see the Black's valuation bar edging White a bit, but guys, don't believe that. It doesn't matter. On the board, these play. I mean, it's not playing this against Stockfish. Anish is not playing this against Stockfish. So on the board, it's completely different.
Yeah, it's hard to face this as Black for sure. But yeah, this was what I was thinking, like 8G, 8G and Rook H3, but then just King G2, yes?
Yep, King G2 and Queen F3 and Rook H1. It's actually a liberating thing if you don't know what the engine is evaluating, to be honest, because that really puts you in the player's shoes, and then it's a completely different picture. So here, how would you evaluate this if you don't look at the bar?
Unclear.
Yeah, unclear. Yeah, but in a blitz game, I would take White actually because it's easier to play with White. The moves flow more naturally, and you have this long-term strategic compensation. It's not like you have to try and checkmate the king immediately. You can make moves like King G2 and Queen F3 and Bishop E4 and Rook H1. Black, on the other hand, he has less space for his existing pieces. He has more pieces, but less space for them. So, not as simple to make moves for Black. Bishop C6 on the board, Rook C1 on the board, and so as I mentioned, Anish is just bringing new pieces onto the game. Nepo also is trying with D4 and Rook H1, but this can be easily neutralized by Bishop E4. But what Nepo probably wants is, trade these bishops so that he can get this defense with Knight F5, the light square defense.
Right. So that the knight on F5 cannot be taken anymore.
Yeah, it cannot be kicked away. Yeah. I was wondering if Anish should play Queen F3 check here. Interject this. After Bishop C6. Sorry?
King G8, I think.
King
G8, Bishop F6. It was probably better to do this, no?
Yeah, no.
Because after D4, there's always Bishop E4. And he kind of lost his chance to play Queen F3 check after Bishop C6, Rook C1 and D4.
But so this position on the board is also not clear, no? Like what he has, Queen A4. Now you can't play Queen E8 because of Queen D7 check. He played Rook C8.
Yeah, Queen E8 he can just take.
G8 and hide, yeah?
I'm not sure if you can do that.
You can't do that, sorry. Yeah. You can't do that. That's lost after King G8, Knight F6. And it's checkmate. And so
no, but I think he can just play Knight E7
in between. But is this really okay?
Rook F4.
Rook F4, King G6 can you play?
No, you lose E6, yeah. But as Black, you probably will try to get some counterplay here, I think.
But Queen G8, there's always Knight H6 at least.
No, I would absolutely not mind giving up my...
and the bishop...
but you have Rook into C5 and Queen into E7, yeah. This is,
Oh yeah, sorry.
this
Rook
is tough.
c5, queen g5, no? And rook c8. This is the problem.
Yeah, he played bishop f6.
Yeah. He
This
played
is
bishop f6.
So complicated. So queen
So
d7
Nepo is
was...
down to less than a minute, by the way.
Yeah.
Nepo
is
is down to
something you
less
don't
than a
see.
minute. Sorry?
You don't see this often.
Yeah, you don't see this often. And Anish is doing to Nepo what Nepo does to everyone else. He's doing a Nepo on Nepo. Rook H7 played and the bar has completely risen up. Where
What?
is the win here for white? Just queen d7 and b4. Queen d7 and b4 and it's probably
Oh
a
my,
pin.
my.
The queen d7, queen e6 is there also. Oh, you mean knight e7 or something?
Yeah, knight e7
No,
and...
bishop e7. Knight e7, bishop e7.
Ah,
is
yeah,
lost.
simply bishop into e7. It's lost. Anish has won, guys. AGOP in the
Oh.
chat. Anish
Anish
has
is
managed to
winning?
win this. Yes, he's seen it. He's seen it, and Nepo is also starting to see it.
But
It's
you'll go to e7 with the other knight, no? Not this knight.
either way, I think you just take it because black cannot take with the queen because of
Rook.
queen into
Yeah,
c8,
yeah.
cannot take with the bishop because of rook into c8, and cannot take with the knight because of rook f4 check.
Yeah.
GG. AG.
Wow, awesome. So rook h7 was a big blunder by Nepo, and he should have just given up the exchange somehow.
That's what he's doing now. He gave up the exchange with queen into e7, queen into c8, not with the
Bishop.
other knight.
Queen
I mean, knight
c8.
e7, bishop into e7, queen into c7, queen c8, bishop b6, knight f6.
Knight f6, now queen g8 threatened.
Yeah, rook g7 prevents it, but just rook f4 maybe, eliminating some d3 and rook g3 check should be watched out for.
Queen h8. Queen h8 with the
Queen
idea
h5
of
and rook
queen
c8.
h5.
Yeah, queen h5 and rook c8 next.
Oops. But rook g6.
Rook g4. And now he has to resign.
He's losing. He's laughing.
Yeah, resigning with a smile.
That's graceful.
Yeah, it's very sportsmanlike.
Yeah, rook h7 was a big blunder, and then Niji just took it from there. Amazing.
Yeah, I think very, very excellent way to play in a blitz game. This is how you play blitz. You create chances like knight f e5 check, and then
Knight of e5 was awesome.
and then he didn't do anything immediate or direct, but kept posing these problems, and Nepo finally cracked with rook h7. So if you keep the pressure on, anyone will crack. This is the general truth in any situation.
And is it so obvious what black needs to do here after bishop f6? I would presume queen e8 might work.
It's definitely not obvious.
Does queen e8?
But yeah, I think queen e8 is a very nice defensive move, strong defensive move. And
maybe.
Now the queen has to move back. Yeah, queen b3.
It's actually, yeah, queen b3, queen c6, attacking the e4
rook, and you want to create threats onto h1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And here rook here white is in trouble. Yeah, objectively the attack wouldn't have withstand.
But
yeah, I mean, objectively, of course, this wasn't working. But as you said, in a practical game, I mean, white has a better chance.
Also, it's a blitz game, so objectivity can be thrown out of the window in blitz.
Yep. So Anish is leading the blitz tiebreaker 1-0. Nepo has one chance to win back, and then he will earn the right to play in Armageddon. If Anish manages to hold with black, then Anish will be the winner of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational 2021. So let's see how this goes. I think it's going to be a few minutes before the start of the next game, about 2 minutes or so. There's about a 5-minute gap, and Nepo has turned on his ghost vision. He usually leaves his chair, and you see something floating on the screen with an intimidating sight. And usually his chair is in front of the camera, and the neck cushion, it looks like two eyes are staring at you, two dark eyes. But this time he has spared his opponent from the intimidation 100x, but there's still some intimidation. So let's see how Nepo tries to hit back. Usually, when these players get hit, they immediately bounce back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yes,
Sure,
Sahaj.
sure, sure, sure. Yes, yes,
So,
Watlow. Superb game.
yeah, it's amazing. And I'm really glad for Anish that he found this nice tactic with knight e5 and just went for it. And whether it works or not doesn't matter. He just went for it, believed in it, and I'm
Yeah, I
really
felt
glad for
that was the
him.
moment,
Really glad
because
for him.
if White had waited any further, I
Yeah,
felt that the game could have really slipped away from White because that
exactly.
was, yeah,
Because yeah, exactly. Because as we were discussing, it was very much a Nepo kind of position, and Anish sort of turned it around to suit himself. Like now he had the initiative and he was attacking black. So I think that was very important that the nature of the position changed.
yeah, the nature of the position changed and the equation changed. Nepo from a position of initiative, from a position of creating something and making things happen, suddenly had to react. I can think of so many different fights in animes and other things, but I'll spare Soumya and the viewers uh, and not remind them of AD. So, waiting for the second game, the Blitz tiebreak. Nepo has managed to win on demand a few different times in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. He managed to do this against Magnus Carlsen himself in the Blitz tiebreak of their semi-final. He also managed to defeat Anish in the fourth game of their second set in the Rapids. So wouldn't count out either Nepo nor Anish, and Nepo is getting his nutrition stacked up.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back,
Welcome, welcome,
Saj.
welcome, Sage. So, what do you think Nepo will start with the first move?
E4, E4 for sure.
E4,
I mean,
Anish will play. Do you think Anish will stick with knight off or switch to Berlin? I think
He's
he'll
playing
switch to
knight off.
Berlin.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think he'll stick to knight of as well because he just did a course on it. He's played like 100 games
Oh
after
my
his
God!
base.
Oh my God! Look at the first move.
B3?
Oh
No way.
no!
B3.
Why is this happening in front of me? Why am I part of this broadcast?
Nepo played. That's amazing. B3 played and D5, bishop B2, bishop F5, D3, and oh
Someone,
my! This is
someone needs to
this is
wake
epic.
Adiman right now.
Yeah,
Because
now I have even more motivation to want
C5,
AG to
knight
win,
D2.
I mean, imagine the history. Imagine telling your grandkids that Nepo played B3 and equalized the score against Anish. I mean, imagine how that story would sound.
But
You don't want to
basically,
imagine that, right?
I really can't, yeah.
AG. And AG
Uh,
has got a great center here. He's got all his 3 pawns in the center, and it's almost as if he's white and Nepo is black.
it's gone,
Um,
Soumya, it's gone. The center is gone.
yeah, but he's comfortable, no? I mean, Queen C7 and everything.
It's comfortable, but I'm nervous and anxious now.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm feeling really good, and I'm okay. I don't want to jinx it, so I won't say anything. But I'm feeling good.
I'm
Now,
nervous how
knight
the history will be written. Now black has a
D7.
decision to take, yeah, because if you take this bishop knight on c4, then after b into c4, uh, white will have very good control of these light squares, especially this d5 pawn is a weakness. And after knight c4, if black defends with knight d7, then after knight e3 and knight d5, then black loses control of d5. So he
Rook
starts
d8
with
is a
rook
good move.
d8.
Rook d8 is a good move because after queen e2, knight d4. And if you take, I take with the e pawn or the c pawn. I take with the c pawn actually.
F4.
Oh, knight d4, cd4, and f4, is it?
Yeah,
That's
it's game
probably
on
what he
actually. There
wants.
is a position on the board.
He played queen b1. He
Queen
doesn't allow
b1.
it.
Oh,
What is
I don't
what's
like this
happening?
move at all. It feels so. Oh, why queen b1, Nepo? Why?
Queen b1. But queen e2 also allows bishop g4, huh? So it wasn't so clear actually.
Yeah, but still, bishop g4, maybe you just play c3 and try and bring the knight to
Mm-hmm.
d5. But queen b1 feels so odd. It's so not the place for the queen to be.
Yeah, queen b1 is awkward. He didn't like queen e2 basically. That's the problem. He
Yeah,
didn't
he
like
took
queen e2
bishop
knight d4.
c4, but I don't think he's going to enjoy this position as well. Okay, good for me. Why am I complaining?
And maybe queen. What does he do now? This is very
Knight
awkward now.
h4, knight h4, knight f5, something like that.
Acha, rook e1 first, so that all these knight e2 ideas are prevented. And
Yeah, I mean,
I think he
how-
maybe he didn't go to. I don't think he played queen b1 because he wanted to. Maybe he just didn't want to exchange pieces with the knight d4. If white played queen.
exactly, he didn't like this queen e2 knight d4 stuff. That's why he went queen b1. That I also feel so.
yeah, it's an instinctive decision. If he had spent more time calculating, then maybe he would have seen this f4 and been
Mhm.
happy with it. But now he has got these double pawns, and Nepo can still get a strategically nice position if he can get this knight to d5 via f1.
But
But it's
that's a
not
long
easy.
way.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
a
long
long
way.
way. And in the meanwhile, yeah, Black himself, he has a lot of activity and counterplay. He has good dynamic situation. It's actually Black who is starting to take over this game now. Bishop g5 with ideas of bishop into d2 and knight f3 coming in.
Oh,
No good
I
defense
think
at
he's
all.
losing material.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
yeah.
losing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. He's actually losing completely. Yeah. He's
He's
getting into a
lost.
terrible position.
Is he lost?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's losing. Yeah.
The only way to not lose material is to play bishop d4, and of course he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, he played that, but I think he has to sacrifice an exchange now, yeah, because
Rook d1,
no. This
cd, rook
knight
d2.
c5, this is such a position of domination, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
completely lost.
This is, I mean, if Nepo wins from here, then it has nothing to do with opening. I just want to put this disclaimer out.
I think you've been wanting to say that since you played b3.
Yeah, but now
Rook
it's
h6. What if he plays rook h6 and just queen d7, queen h3?
hey, you can play
Rook
anything,
a6.
with a bishop on d3 like this. Uh,
Yeah, it's an amazing position for Anish actually. He has complete control of what is going on.
Yeah, just exchange of everything, and rook a6 is a smart idea because the a2 pawn is also a weakness, yeah. So
Okay, just don't exchange the knight. Yeah, that's the only thing. Just keep that and exchange everything else, and we good.
yep, just play improving moves. Rook e8, pawn to g6, maybe king to g7.
I think as soon as you play g6, Nepo's gonna go queen h6.
Played rook a4.
True. As soon as you go g6, he's going to
Queen
go queen.
g5, h6. Is it? Queen g5 just h6.
H6, f6,
I
knight
actually-
Wants to play
e6.
f4. He wants to play f4. That's probably the idea.
So
But okay,
h6, queen h4 you want to play, huh?
but okay, the queen doesn't have a threat, so why h4?
Played
Why?
f6.
Uh, I guess because he's also preparing against f4, I guess.
And
Srinath, you're really liking this, huh?
I'm just reading the
You're
chat.
really enjoying this right now. I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just reading the
rook
chat, and
a3.
it's hilarious.
Is he losing the pawn now? Maybe he's losing a pawn, right? After rook d1, you can take rook a2, and after queen f3, you can play. Can you play f5? No need actually. No need to play f5. You can play queen c6 maybe after queen f3 and threaten f5.
Yeah. So what Syed said is true. I'm just gloating and I'm floating in my own space, thinking of the tweets I can do after this. I'll just retweet whatever AG does. I'm not going to exert my own brain.
And
Actually, but the thing is, AD wouldn't have given 3d3. So I don't know whom to blame, whether to blame Nepo that he didn't ask AD for his course beforehand, or to blame AD that he didn't have this course published. It could have made a real difference to Nepo if the
But
course was out.
that's the whole point. That's the reason AD delayed it so much, so that Nepo doesn't get to see what he suggests and Anish gets the upper hand in this match. That's the whole point of it, Sri. You spelled it out.
Yeah, but imagine Nepo using that for the
So
candidates
much
instead.
for friendship. So much for friendship. He actually delayed his whole course
Oh, God.
just for this match.
Yeah, that's true though. That's true. That's true.
guys, without giving too much away, he actually does mention D3, yeah?
Oh my God!
Oh my,
He spoiled the whole thing.
Oh my.
You're not helping, Saj. You're not helping. Rook a5 preventing f4 and queen g4. Nepo is trying to get f4 in. He's trying to still fight. It's a bit of a valiant fight, but yeah, fight till the end. Now AG can just take another pawn. Knight into
No,
d3,
but-
c into d3. But
So
yeah,
knight d3, queen e6, then queen f7, huh?
yeah,
This is
but
important.
he would prefer to keep control as long as he can.
Yeah.
And maybe after g into f4, f5 is not a bad move.
f5. f5 looks cool. Or even knight d3, c d3, rook d3, yeah? You're a pawn up. What's the problem?
Yeah, 2 pawns
that's
up. Yeah, true. No problems at all.
Mhm,
f5 because I thought in this position white will play some king h1 rook g1,
mhm.
and if I start with f5 and then I take this pawn, it's not like white has an extra pawn because they're weak anyway, and king h1 can be met with queen c6 check.
Mhm.
So for this reason I wanted to insert f5 and then
Yeah, that's
play the
perfectly
same.
valid as well. Yeah.
So
Perfectly
yeah,
valid.
he does take g into f4 and now takes
AG took on
rook into
d3.
d3. AG going the greedy way. E5. It's
Five.
just desperation now, complete desperation. He's just throwing the kitchen sink at AG, but I think AG is just calmly going to shield himself.
Rook e3. Rook e3 is a good move. Not committing f5 or anything, like just rook e3, and next move you can actually take on e5 with the rook, like pawn into, and rook into e5, you can take it. So, and you also prevent e6 because after e6, black has f5. And then the e6 pawn falls.
Yeah. So,
I think
rook
Nepo is going to resign. He's smiling. Just look at his face.
yeah, the
Or he's-
smile of. So it's actually happening,
Acceptance.
yeah. Anish winning the Magnus Carlsen Invitational by winning a game against one b3. I mean, it's almost as if Anish wrote the script for himself. Okay, but let's
Nepo
wait.
still fighting. Queen g2, maybe b6. Queen c6. Keeping it simple.
Yep.
Keeping it simple, guys.
Queen
Oh,
c6.
just look at Nepo. He's like just smiling away. Huh?
Yeah, I'm happy that AG lost the fourth game now.
And like Anish refused or something.
Queen
They-
d5 check. No. He's not going to do that. Yeah. E into f4 now.
E into f4.
Yeah,
Only this d6 pawn is the sole thing. Yeah, rook c1, rook c7 he'll try, but rook c1 can be met by f3. Yeah.
f3, f2, f1.
Yeah, rook c1, f3.
This is very sporting also of Nepo to be smiling and just like, being chill about it.
Yeah, I mean, he wrote his own destiny once he chose the opening for this game, and now he's just smiling in king f2, rook e2 check. And then this rook will be on g2, I think. King
Yeah, once
f1,
the rook-
rook
He'll take
g2.
h2 first. He'll take h2 first. And then he'll play rook g2. Or he...
I'm not sure. Maybe he'll
Rook
play rook
G2,
g2
no,
first.
because
Yeah.
rook C7, you have F2 straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Still have to watch out for this d6, d7.
I would...
Okay, what? There's nothing to watch there.
No, I mean you have to. I mean you can. I mean you have lost these games, yeah, from the.
I would actually take on h2, you know. He played rook g2, I think.
No, he played rook e5.
Rook e5.
Rook
G2,
c7, rook
F2,
g5, h4, rook g4. Yeah, finally rook g2 and f2. This is the way it's going to end.
So d3 now, yeah? D3.
Maybe f2. Yeah, f2. Yeah.
Just f2, okay.
Yeah.
And he won,
Okay.
yes! Anish Giri has done it. He has won the
Yes.
tournament.
Yeah,
He has
baby.
won the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
No. He has won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational.
Yeah,
He has not yet won. Yeah.
The major, second major of the tournament, and he qualifies for the final.
Yeah, he's qualified for the finals, and what a way to do it by beating up 1b3. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that he lost the fourth game, and it turned out to be this way.
I am so happy that Anish won a tiebreak on demand and he won the tournament, because it must, like, he was very close to winning the Tata Steel. He played a great tournament, and then just somehow it didn't happen. And it was like he was very close to winning this very smoothly, and suddenly he lost the fourth game, and then he actually came back and won the tiebreak so comfortably. I'm really happy for him. Congratulations, Anish. And
Yeah, congratulations,
to
Anish.
Nepo as well for putting up such a great fight and being so sportive.
Yep, and congratulations to Magnus as well for a brilliant comeback, some brilliant games. Of course, he wouldn't be too thrilled with his third place finish, but I think he still bounced back pretty well. So this is Anish, guys. This is Anish. He has won the first place, and uh, this is the two standings right now. Wesley at the top. Anish has come to the fourth place. Yeah, number one in this tournament, the Dutch number one, Anish Giri.
Brilliant.
Amazing. Super.
And he has
super
won
happy for
96
him.
points from this tour. So from 9th place, he has gone directly to the 4th place.
I mean, it's also, quite impressive that after losing with white pieces in such a crucial situation, he was able to bounce back. I mean, pretty convincingly also. He had his nerves. I mean, which is not a lot of people can do that.
Exactly. And he's just amazing, man. Like, he, even after like that, he has been having these difficult tournaments where he was very close to, like, let's say, winning or qualifying, or even in the previous CCT he was very close to qualifying. Like, I remember in the December one, and he didn't manage it and everything, but he just behave. He's the same whether he wins or loses. Like, for him it's important to focus on the next game and play well, and he somehow just keeps moving ahead. His spirit is so high, and I think that's the reason he was able to actually bounce back even after losing the fourth game of the match, which not many people can do, as you pointed out. His spirit is really good, and he's like always like into playing chess. He just likes playing chess, and he always focuses on playing good quality games. I think that's his main focus always. He's got a great spirit.
Dutch number one, Anish Giri, with the $60,000 first prize and the winner of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational.
And to win it just before the candidates also must be feeling really special. Last tournament before the candidates.
Yeah,
I feel like
definitely.
Anti Larsen, like LTR is coming up. Authored by Anish Giri.
Authored by Anish Giri. Before AD comes up with his scores, AG will come up with an anti.
That I win a tournament.
It's possible.
It's
Quite
quite
possible.
possible.
Yeah, true. Definitely possible.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Anish Giri, and great tournament. It was great. I was just thinking, I don't know if I should mention it on stream, but I was just thinking it's my birthday and I really wanted like good vibes to go across. I would have felt really bad if Anish would have lost today, to be very honest, even though I was trying to be very unbiased throughout. But he's my friend and I would have felt really bad if he would have lost on my birthday. So I'm really very happy that AG for the win.
Yeah, AG for the win.
Yeah, great tournament, and it's really like so much fun to follow this tournament, man. Like it's always unexpected and unpredictable, and there's always a lot of drama, and the players always give their best. It's really exhausting. I mean, we feel it as commentators and viewers, and so for the players, of course, but they always fight it out. There are these tie breaks, and in the end it becomes like so entertaining.
Definitely. And thank you, Serge, for joining today. And thank you, chat, for staying with us through the whole thing and giving us so much of the positive vibes. You kept being there, you kept supporting AG even after his fourth round loss. And he has been kind enough to let some of you get back to your studies for your tomorrow's exam and homeworks and all these things. He has managed to finish it before the Armageddon. That is AG for you.
So how was your experience, Edge? Like you were there the whole time today, and what's your feeling? Were you rooting for someone, by the way, in this tournament?
No. If I was rooting for someone, it was Anish for
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
Great.
That's without a doubt. But okay, again, I can be biased now, so I couldn't be earlier, but I can be now, so it's okay. So it was a great experience, and thanks, Srinath, for inviting me to this show. I had a lot of fun. Besides, I haven't seen either of you in such a long time, so it was it was very nice catching up with you guys as well.
Yeah, it was
Definitely.
a pleasure. It was a pleasure to have you here, Sahaj. It felt really good to catch up. And also, I spent the first half an hour admiring your South African accent.
I have a South African accent.
Yes, you
What?
do. I don't know if it's a South African accent. It's certainly not an Indian accent. So
Well, I
I was
prefer to
guessing.
think of it as an
It
international
depends who I'm
accent.
speaking to. Yeah, it depends who I'm speaking to. So it's I wouldn't call it a South African accent just yet, but maybe maybe if I stay here for long enough, it'll come. But it'll come when it'll come, I guess. No, yeah, but but it was awesome. Also, watching the games, analyzing them. I mean, I've never done it at such a high level before, so it was also a very good experience for me as well. And yeah, thanks so much, both of you, for having me here.
Oh, it was a
Thanks,
pleasure.
thanks.
And thank you, Shri, for being such a great co-host. I had a lot of fun these 4 days.
Likewise, Soumya.
And
Likewise.
thanks to the chat as well for being there throughout. And what a nice finish to this tournament. Feeling very good.
Yep, feeling very good, and we can now go back and start sleeping at nights now.
Yes.
So the next Champion Chess Tour will be at towards the end of April, the next event. But before that, we are going to have some events. I mean, we'll continue to have events and shows on Chess 24 India. We of course have the Challenger Chess Tour coming up in first week of April, and we will continue to have these hand and brain shows and uh, the other things that we regularly keep having. So stay tuned and stay subscribed. And that's all from me for this broadcast of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Any final words from Soumya and Sej?
No, it was great. And congratulations to Anish Giri, Ian Nepomenachi, Magnus Carlsen, and Wesley So for finishing first, second, third, and fourth in this tournament. And thank you for giving us such great games to all the players. And looking forward to the next one in April.
Yeah. So thanks, chat, and bye bye, and see you guys soon.